Okay. I would assume now that at least the people who were in the passage have now all walked in. Good morning, colleagues. Molweni. Molweni. Yeah. My name is Pedro, and I've been tasked with the duty to facilitate the proceedings for our first day of the 5th Nelson Mandela Annual Youth Convention, which is held under the theme Recreating Ecosystems for Youth Development, Liberating the Power of the Youth to Remake Their Futures. This is a 2-day event which will run today and also tomorrow. And this is an initiative brought to you by the Portfolio of Student Life and Development, the Division of Student Affairs, Nelson Mandela University. And this is the 5th anniversary of this youth convention. So you are very much welcome, all of you, to Nelson Mandela University for this premier event concerning a variety of youth issues. Of course, I want to first observe the protocol in the room. I want to acknowledge the Deputy Vice Chancellor for Engagement and Transformation, Professor Andre Kitt. I've also met earlier on the Dean of Students, Mr. Untitled Chapter. I also see the Director of Candrat, Mr. Alan Zin, where I received my first training as a, I would say, as a scholarly activist. You're welcome, sir. I also want to acknowledge all the colleagues in the Student Affairs Division and also in the Engagement and Transformation Division of the University. I want to also acknowledge the President of the SRC, Mr. Mponcho. Welcome in here. And I also see many of my colleagues back in the day in the mass fall movement. Ngala, Lufefe, all of you comrades, you are welcomed. Colleagues from other institutions as well. I see Rhodes University is in the room. Mr. Eric Ofei, former president of the SRC, that side as well, you are welcome. All the guests from across the province and elsewhere, the students of our university, management, staff, academics, researchers, activists from the community, everyone, colleagues in the room, and also those who've joined us virtually. We want to welcome you as well. Good morning. I have been sort of managed because I've been made a facilitator, so I can't say much on these questions. Of course, these questions concern a major part of my curiosities and research for the past a few years, issues of youth, students, the crisis of the political economy of higher education. I'm a very passionate citizen concerning those issues, but my role is just to be a facilitator. And of course, looking at the first day, a large part of it is going to be around the Must Fall movement, reflecting on that time and also what has happened over the past 7 years. It's been 7 years now since that moment that has shaken the country, and it's being regarded around commentary across the country and all over the world as one of the significant moments in the student movement in South Africa. Of course, Prof. Kit, 2015 was not the beginning of the student movement, of course. The insertion of students in major conversations surrounding higher education definitely did not start in 2015. It occurred many years before that. We were joking in the waiting room this morning. One of the comrades there said, well, maybe the 2015 one is regarded as dramatic simply because it perhaps happened in UCT and NMMU and VETS, whereas when it happens in Forte and Venda, it's a normal way of life, because major protests, especially in black institutions, have been happening for a number of years before 2015. I mean, look at the post-1994 moment, and even during the early 2000s, during the period of the merger of many of our institutions, and debates around institutional culture that took place during that time, funding and so on. These debates have been ongoing in our society for quite a long time. And we can see that even in 2022, we are still faced with a number of challenges that were being raised by students for the past decades surrounding higher education issues. So we must therefore never say we have achieved what was being tabled by students at that time. We dare not claim easy victories or even mask our challenges. If I were to invoke Amilcar Cabral's thesis. And these questions also raised fundamental questions to the purpose of a university. What is a university, and what is it supposed to be its role in a South African society that is shaped in this manner? Of course, the purpose of universities is to produce knowledge. It's knowledge production, to produce curious, innovative, and courageous graduates who will go out there to question the status quo in society and seek to change society for the better, and also even bigger questions, big words like the epistemology. What kind of knowledge is being produced in these universities? Where does it come from? And who is it serving? And what tools are being used to produce this kind of knowledge that is being provided to students? So the purpose of a university, it's also a bigger question on the table around these questions. What should be a university? What should be its role in this point in time? What is the purpose of knowledge in the society that we have at the moment? And then, of course, also bigger questions of the economy. If you're sitting with an economy that is essentially creating absolutely no work for young people, what does this mean for a university? And could this economy also be responsible for what I call, Dean, the organic crisis of higher education? Funding remains a sitting challenge that is producing layers and layers of problems in the system. I mean, you even see SRC manifestos for elections in 2022. They are still talking about issues of funding, extension of registration dates, free education. Is this free education, or is it still a student loan? Why are graduates still indebted even at this moment? So the crisis of funding, the political economy, the bigger questions of the economy that we have inherited as a society also get to be boiled down to this question of what is the purpose of a university, and what kind of a university are we supposed to have, what kind of knowledge are we supposed to be producing, and what is its purpose? So those are the major questions surrounding this moment, but of course there will be a panel discussion to go over them when we get to those questions. Now, on the program, before we kick it off, I acknowledge that we are already behind schedule. We are 30 minutes behind the program. So there are just a few rearrangements on the program that I am going to announce quickly. So if you have a pen and paper with you or a notebook, just note the following shifts that we are going to do on the program in front of us. On the first item, if you see there, it's written that between 9 o'clock and 9:30, we were supposed to receive a welcoming address from our Deputy Vice Chancellor, Professor Andrew Kitt. Colleagues, that has now been moved. We're going to have that input at 12 o'clock. It's a very important input concerning these questions I have raised earlier on. So we'll have that input from the Deputy Vice Chancellor at 12. It will now be referred to as an opening address, which will pave the way now for us institutionally and strategically. Where are we headed as Nelson Mandela University, and where do we come from around these questions of transformation, and where do we fit into the overall national conversation as an African university? So that item will be tabled at 12. So that now leaves us with the message of solidarity and support from our SRC President, Mr. Mponcho, which will now be the first item of the day. He is the one who's going to be coming up next to give that input to welcome us to his university. Then, immediately thereafter, at around 10 o'clock, we'll then have an input from the Dean of Students, I would say the owner of this convention, the chair of this program that we are gathered under. Mr. Lutando Jack is our Dean of Students. He will come in at 10 a.m. to give an input on 5 years on why a youth convention, why a youth development convention rather. That's the input he is going to give. I remember when this convention was still a set of ideas, Dean, on a small table, compiling it, try to make sense of it, and putting it together. That was back in 2017, I think, at that time. So it's really beautiful to see that it has remained sustainable up until this point as a popular youth platform for us to engage on pressing issues affecting young people in our province and also in the whole country. So that is how that first session, therefore, colleagues, has been rearranged. Immediately after the Dean of Students, we'll then go for a tea break, which will now be at 10:30. That tea break. Now, remember, colleagues, a tea break, it's a tea break. It's not lunch. It's a tea break. So you just go out 2 minutes, you come back into the venue, and then immediately thereafter we go to our panel discussion between Yolokazi Mfuto, Lufefe Mkutu, and Zikhona Jala. They will be touching on how to cultivate youth agency for positive and integrated youth development. That one now will start immediately at 10:40 after our 2-minute tea break. Then after that, we'll have a question and answer facilitated discussion where now everyone in the audience and also those in the media space will join the conversation and engage on all the inputs that would have been raised up until that point. And then we go to the real break called lunch. Then after lunch, young colleagues, the program will run the way it is written on the program. The lunch now will help us to draw the program back on time so that by 3 o'clock we would have concluded day one, and then we go home. So that is how, colleagues and comrades, the event, the program is going to unfold today. Now, let me not waste any further time. Let me invite the SRC president, therefore, to come and give his welcoming remarks in his university. Over to you, President.
Greetings to everyone. My name still remains the same. I like saying this because, over time people change their name. I know it's anti-African, to change your own name, but over time many people have changed their names and call themselves and any other names that they like. I thought that this venue would be full of, young people, especially because of the name in itself, But nonetheless, let me get to why I'm here and not deviate from what Dr. Mzileng has requested me to do today. And thank you so much, Doc, for agreeing to form part of the today's history, and also to facilitate the program. I want to greet the Vice Chancellor, the Vice Chancellor and Her Excellency, Professor Moto, and of course would also extend and acknowledge the DVC, Professor Kiet, I see is here, and also Mr. Zin, the Director for Conrad, and all other Deputy Vice Chancellors in their absence here. And of course the Dean of Students, Mr. Letano Jack, the Director of Student Governance and Development, Dr. Sbage, and of course all protocols observed. That is one of the ways that I learned that if you do not want to waste time or perhaps go further, and greet everyone in the room or make a mistake of not greeting someone, you just say all protocols observed. So allow me to also try to be creative in that way. We are truly honored to be part of the 5th annual Nelson Mandela Youth Development Convention, and of course speak on behalf of the Student Representative Council. As it was alluded, my name is Ponso Tlongwane, and I'm the SRC President, tasked with the responsibility to lead at the helm of the student governance. What gives us a great pleasure is the fact that this is a program which seeks to organize young people to navigate, transformation of the lives of ordinary people of South Africa who have been relegated to the state of abject poverty because of the color of their skin in the past, and continues to suffer even in the present day. We are meeting 2 days after the celebration of the Heritage Day in South Africa. The day is not only about wearing colorful clothes, but also to reflect on our past, because our heritage is that of resistance, against, a conquest. We are meeting again, of course, 14 days after the commemoration of the brutal killing of our father of black consciousness, Stephen Bantu Biko, a philosopher who was refused the status of a philosopher. of course, because the reason why they refused him a status of a philosopher is therefore means that they will have to change and rethink what a philosopher looks like. So Bantu Biko ourselves, we give him the status of a philosopher in his absence in the country, because we believe that that is our philosopher and that is how a philosopher should look like. All philosophers who want to be progressive must therefore emulate him. Of course, Stephen Bantu Biko died at a very young age, but still had a great impact on the lives of black people. And that is what we mean by the youth, because even when he died, he still qualified as a youth, because in Africa, a youth is a youth, you are youth until you are 40. You are still young in that particular age. So as James, Balatin correctly observed, that the paradox of education is precisely this, that as one begins to become conscious, one begins to examine the society in which he is being educated. Institutions of higher learning, are intellectual hubs where different students comes together to shape the thinking and responses to the societal problems. Universities should not be treated as retailers or factories where students are sold their qualification, but a space which prepares us to examine the society in which we live in. Hence, the Fallist generation argued that education should be treated as a public good which can be accessed by everyone who qualifies based on their capabilities. From Comrade James, we draw inspiration to champion the struggle for transformation of education, which will ultimately assist or map a way forward towards the transformation of our society. The student voices should be at the center of higher education transformation, and not only for the universities to appear progressive on paper, but for the universities to learn from the experiences of students. From the South African history, we learn that the youth played a major role in the liberation of our country, and it is for this reason why the youth of the present leaders should also be encouraged to be active on the affairs of our country and not only be spectators. The participation of young people in politics is inevitable, and we must all actively participate in politics. And by politics, I do not necessarily refer to party politics, but I'm referring to the politics of the country as a whole. So we must not reduce it to the fact that one must participate in a particular political organization or what. But of course, those are things that one can also do. But the introduction of party politics was simply because of they wanted to further divide black people. Now we can't organize ourselves on one call. We are therefore divided amongst party lines, and we do not have a program of action as young people of South Africa today. And that is what I believe that the generation today, or our panelists, will therefore ensure that we identify our program of action, the one that will be actively participating on, and organize ourselves as black people under that one banner with one program of action that we want to take as young people and be able to achieve as a country, so that we are therefore be able to put our country at the high level. And of course, we must ensure that the life of black people changes through our lives. Our existence should therefore ensure that someone that comes from a family that does not that will not necessarily be able to change their lives, ourselves as young people, we must be able to ensure that we take and fetch those young people and put them wherever they're supposed to be. Because we as young people, of course, they refer to us that we are those that have energy, And the student at some point once said to us that, I'm going to say it because, other people must also know it, that, as people ages, they start to be comfortable. And when they ages, and therefore you are comfortable with the conditions that you are at, and he argues this point that it's simply because now you have much to lose, you know. And now, let's say maybe you have 2 cars now. You're thinking that if I'm arrested now, I'm going to leave these cars and I'm going to leave my houses and I'm going to leave my children and everything. But as a young person, I know that I do not have much to lose. That is why we can actively participate in the country's politics. That is why we can actively be able to champion the lives of black people, because we do not have anything to lose but our chains. As he also, said it in one of the arguments. So we are saying that as young people, we must be very active, and it must be deliberate and intentional that we must do so. So without wasting any further time, I would like to welcome everybody that is here, and we hope that we'll be actively participating and vigorously engaging with our panelists. And of course, I believe everybody was provided with a notepad. You are going to be able to take notes and, of course, engage. So without any waste of time, Dr. Petro, I will just leave your stage. Thank you so much.
Thank you, President, for that welcoming. Let me go straight ahead and invite the Dean of Students in our university, Mr. Lieutenant Jack, to reflect on the past 5 years of the convention. Over to you, Dean.
Yeah, thank you so much, Pedro, Dr. Mzilini. Of course, you are one of our proud products. We're proud of you, and many others, of course, which is why we have recalled you to come back, to this convention. Let me also just don't go through the protocols in terms of greetings, and greet everyone this morning, and thank all of you for coming to this session. Let me extend a special word of greetings to our panelists who have graced us this morning. Of course, we're looking forward to that engagement, to that conversation between the Fees Must Fall generation as well as the current generation of students, at our universities. Let me also confirm that let me confirm or confess that this idea of a convention was inspired by the Fees Must Fall generation. We thought that perhaps part of what led to the Fees Must Fall was insufficient dialogue between young people and the rest of society about their issues, and the requisite action, flowing out of that. Which is why we then thought that let's conceive this idea of an annual dialogue focusing on the development of young people, and we are glad that we've been consistent. It's 5th year now. Of course, when we grew up, Lufefe, we were told that when we were introduced to the theory of, because you couldn't escape unless you were not active. If you were active those days, you couldn't escape Marxism. So we're told that Marxism is the difference between Marxism and capitalism is that Marxism is the most consistent theory and capitalism is inconsistent. So we've tried to be consistent by holding this annual convention, I mean, everywhere, even during COVID. So why did we conceive this idea? We thought that let's have a convention to basically deal with those. This is what we came up with, in 2018 at the launch of the convention. We said we've got to look at work towards developing a youth development index, for the country. We've got to have an instrument of measuring the development of young people. But of course, we're not yet there. We also said we need to also develop. We need to have this annual dialogue, this annual intergenerational and generational dialogue between young people and ourselves. And then we also said we need to create partnerships between all key players, in society, what we called a quadruple helix. And what we've done in this regard, at least in one area, which was largely inspired by the youth convention, like entrepreneurship development, we are almost there, on that in this regard. We're firmly established an outfit that champions the entrepreneurship development, amongst our students. So those are the some of the objectives that we basically set ourselves to do. So I thought that let me go back to that because it's always important to account to yourself about what you had set yourself to achieve. We've made progress in certain areas, we've made progress in other areas. And then we also said in 2018, what is it that is going to sustain the convention? We said it must be an authentic platform of engagement. It must be democratic, and it must underpin this ideal, of egalitarian development. Basically, egalitarian development is inclusive development. So that the issues that both Ponzo and Pedro were mentioning could be limited. So these are the themes of the past 5 years. So if you look at the theme, the first two themes, the first one was celebrating 100 years of Mandela. The second one was celebrating 25 years of democracy, and basically also just projecting into the future that the next 25 years must include young people. the world. It's the youngest continent, hence we talk about a youth bulge. Hence we talk about a demographic dividend. But the issue is, are we going to harness that demographic dividend, or are we going to allow it to be a demographic disaster? Because there are two options: harness it to be a dividend, or allow it to be a demographic disaster. So I guess to perhaps not just think about alternatives to youth development, probably think about alternatives to alternatives. If you get what I'm saying. Pedro, you tell me about time so that I don't. You see, you can be the host of the program and then invite people, and then you don't respect them in terms of time. Now, this is the latest report released in July by the United Nations. They say those are the four threats to human security in the world. And if you look at those four, they basically articulate to our own environment, as the country, and what they are proposing, which I find it quite interesting, and that's what they are proposing as a way of dealing with those four main challenges, and they place agency at the center of doing that, saying human empowerment, human protection, human solidarity is going to extricate us ourselves, from the current morass, if you like. But at the core of that, there's got to be trust. So then, this is our thinking in terms of the future of the convention. We've established what we call Matiba's Youth Lab. Would want to strengthen its capabilities so that we go beyond. We do dialogue. We cannot not talk. We must talk, especially as a university. As a university, our role is to create space for us to think. So we cannot not create that space. But we're also saying we need to also move towards knowledge products. Put together research collectives to look at at alternatives, particularly to the current policy framework, around youth development. Strengthen the work that we are doing in the area of entrepreneurship. We are now putting together with partners what we call a Mandela Africa Hub, for youth entrepreneurship and social innovation. So we're trying to reposition ourselves as the center for youth entrepreneurship and social innovation. Youth entrepreneurship, not just classical entrepreneurship, as well as social social entrepreneurship. So as I now move towards an end, so what we are calling upon, basically, to summarize, is for all of us to utilize this space to unthink and unlearn, as I said earlier on, policy strategies that are not working around the area of youth development. But it's also, let's also utilize this space to fashion youth development alternatives that are centered around African thought. As I said earlier on, we had models that were working around youth development as Africans, but we abandoned those. But also, most importantly, is for us to retreat to the roots, as I've been saying, retreat to the roots with a view to reinventing the whole concept of a youth-centered and a youth-driven development. And then again, it goes back to the point that I made earlier on about fostering into society, as Mandela University in our context, change makers, people who are going to bring about change, who are going to ameliorate the quality of life, of the citizens of our society. It's not as easy as I'm saying. So thank you so much, and welcome to this dialogue, and I'm looking forward to the robust engagement. And we are deliberate. We've taken this decision deliberately to reconnect with the Fees Must Fall generation. One, to appreciate the work that they have done unapologetically, as the university, but also to reconnect with them, and for them to also reconnect with the current generation of students, at our universities. And I'm glad that Rhodes has joined. Rhodes students have also joined us, in this session. Thank you so much, Pedro.
Thank you very much, Dean, for drawing that context to us with so much clarity. Thank you so much. Now, colleagues, if it was up to me, if I was a dictator, I would go straight to the panel discussion. But I don't know, Dean or Bernard, if we are working with service providers that have been paid, or must we then proceed straight to the panel? Okay, let me take my decision. Colleagues, we are going to proceed to the panel. Let me invite on stage these three comrades that I admire so much. Yolokazi Mfutho, Lufefe Mkutu, and Zikhona Jala. Please come to the front, comrades, so that we kickstart the conversation. I think Lufefe sit in the main couch. Taibambale. It's working. Oh, okay. Lovely. Let's fix the infrastructure first. Where is the roaming mic? Yeah. It's there, né? It's working. Okay. Good morning, colleagues, and welcome to our first panel discussion. Let me now introduce myself properly. Then I'll give each colleague as well to introduce themselves, so that we know who is who in this conversation. So my name is Pedro. Surname is Mzileni. I'm a research associate in the Raymond Mhlaba Center for Governance and Leadership in the Faculty of Humanities in this university. I'm also a manager in the Office of the Deputy Executive Mayor in Buffalo City, in East London. And yeah, I've been in Nelson Mandela for a very long time before I left for the public service, so it's good to be back here with all of you.
And good to see you, all three of you comrades. I'm so excited for the conversation that we're going to have. I won't dictate anyone, but I will ask robust questions. But the point of the panel discussion is to engage, of course, the audience. Let me start there with you. Since you already have the mic, just introduce yourself and then you roam it over back to me. Sure.
Thank you so much, Dr. Pedro Mzileni. My name is Yolokazi Mfuto. I am from KwaMathole, Etlesi. But PE is also home for me because I did my high school in Zwide, but currently I'm based in Pretoria. And it's good to be at NMU. And particularly it's good because we're discussing youth issues, right? But the mood I know Pedro is very, like, as a doctor, right? He's very serious, a researcher. But the mood in the room is very, like, not so young people who are very serious. It's good to be serious. But I saw President going on stage. I'm like, hey, this one is the elections are stressing them out, right? But it's good, comrade. Currently I work with the United Nations as a consultant, but sometimes I also consult with the AU, and I work around youth development from a holistic point of view. I love politics. I did politics in varsity, international relations, but most importantly, I am a community developer. I believe in youth development from the grassroots, not leaving anyone behind. But in terms of the fees must fall, when they said an activist for fees must fall, I was like, oh, I don't know if comrades are going to give me that title because I was on the sidelines, not leading from the front. I was on the conferences and stuff, not at the gate burning tires. But it's good to have this conversation and most importantly, to learn and unlearn, and hopefully we are going to relearn some of the stuff maybe we've lost along the way. Thank you so much, Pedro.
Thank you, Dr. Pedro Mzileni. I'm sorry, I use my hands when I talk. I'm Lilita Zikona Gyala. I'm based in Mthatha. I'm currently working there at the Office of the Executive Mayor at Oratambo District Municipality. I was a student at Durban University of Technology, and I was at the gates. I was burning. I was at the gates burning. When I got the invitation, I was hesitating, but I was like, hey, again, that thing about the history does remember Umtu. I was at the forefront of Fees Must Fall at Durban. I was arrested, spent a good 2 weeks, guys. Not a stock scene like everyone else. I was in prison. The revolution, the struggle was real at that time. I see you guys look very shocked. I was there a good 2 weeks. My generation didn't sell out because they made sure that they will be on the street until the last hour and until Nsapo Masonke. So I'm very glad that I was called to this convention and also want to be part of the discussions that we held today. Thank you.
Molweni, igama lam nguLufu FM Kutu. I'm a former student here at Nelson Mandela University. Then it was Nelson Mandela Metropolitan University. I was part of the SRC. I don't like titles, so I'm sorry. So I was part of the SRC here at some point. I was a site rep, what now you call site presidents or premiers here in North Campus. I later then became an SRC deputy president, what you call now Petro as what? Executive Central SRC. Yes, I was part of that. I've led SASCO. On campus, I've led SASCO in the region, I've led SASCO in the province. I'm currently now unemployed, Dean, so I I guess as I'm growing old, I have less to lose. And I still have one car. It's not owned by me, it's owned by the bank. So, Ponzo, I'm still very much active and youth in the real sense, because I have no losses that I can put to my name. You see me, this is who I am. I have nothing to lose. So that's me, Dean. And really I felt that it was quite important that I joined the conversation. I was part of that generation of students who went to the streets, who have always been going to the streets even before Fees Must Fall, to raise a number of issues around the education sector. Again, I mean, Fees Must Fall then was a high moment, I think, in that journey of student struggles in the country. And I guess I was part of those that were really at the front because, of course, of the responsibility that I had at that time, which was leader of SASCO in the region. So we had to organize Pedro and other comrades to really shape up and to focus on what we thought was important. We'll unpack it as we move, Pedro, and the various streams within the Fees Must Fall and so on and so forth, and our role, therefore, in the moment, not in the movement. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, colleagues, for that introduction. Let me kick off the conversation actually with you, Lufefe. 14 November 2015. Do you remember that day? 14 November
Yes, I remember it.
2015. So this is what you said on that day. I quoted him in a paper I wrote in 2020. Paper is titled Informal Education and Collective Conscientization in the Fees Must Fall Movement at Nelson Mandela University. This was published in the Educational Research for Social Change in June 2020. The attempt basically there was to document what happened in the Fees Must Fall movement at Nelson Mandela University, because when we talk about that moment, it's always VETs and UCT that are being anchored in place. So I thought it's important that we reveal what actually happened in this institution, because we had a very unique outbreak this side. So 14 November 2015, Lufefe, this is what you said, and I quote, you were at Kral with the microphone. It was full on that day. The entire management was there. Everyone. It was full. And you said the following: the announcement of a 0% fee increment by government does not mean that free education has been attained. Even if there is a 0% fee increase, does that mean now we can afford? The audience responds, no. Then Lufefe continues, he says, there are learners currently in high school who must come here who cannot afford. So this institution, as an autonomous university, must assist government by clearing the debts of students and provide free registration for the next academic year. We have no doubt that the struggle for free education will be won. Workers must be insourced, because it pains me to see my mother clean my room in the residence, doing a great job, but does not have money to go home. And if the Vice-Chancellor is unable to deliver on our demands, we call upon him to summon a special sitting of council immediately and table our demands. If not, we will shout down this university. The audience says, yeah!
Sounds like me. It sounds like me.
So yeah, take us back to that day. What was going on at that moment? What were the questions that you were dealing with your collective at that moment? And when you reflect now 7 years later, what do you make of that moment?
No, thanks, Pedro. I think firstly, Pedro, let me make the point that to us, and when I say to us, I speak for the collective and the organization at the time that I was part of, which is called SASCO. We didn't understand free education only at a monetary kind of level, but we understood education, free education, to mean that, of course, on the one hand, we've got to decommodify education, but on the other hand, you must free it from the broader kind of ruling class ideas. And so this for us was a very important conceptualization of what free education is. Because we didn't believe that when you free education in the sense of monetary, being able to walk into the university without paying, then it means that you have achieved free education. But we said, as long as universities reproduce a kind of graduate that is alienated from his own community, from his own society, then we've got to transform education so that at the center of what education does to produce active citizenry that begins to understand their role in their own communities. So this was, I'm just trying to, I don't want to say dumb it down because I'm in a university, but I just want to shorten it down, Dean. So hence you hear, we then come and speak about our parents cleaning our rooms, because that is part of what we struggled against, to say we've got to create within the university conducive environment for people who come from poor backgrounds to be able to relate with the university. Whether you are in its corridors carrying a broom tin, but you must relate with the university. You must see yourself as a cleaner, part of the institution, even if your role is just carrying a broom. So to come back to your point, Pedro, we said that you have, at the level of fee increment, yes, the government pronounced that no, it's 0%, but again, we have not dealt with the structural issues which relate to access. Because the structural issues which relate to access are not just on university campus, but are defined by the socio-economic conditions that we come from. So Elufefe that comes from KwaZakhele, right, that is struggling to pay the basic fees of registration, and so it doesn't matter to him whether the fees don't increase or not. That student still does not afford. So at the core of our argument was that, but you still have students that are coming from high schools, poor backgrounds, who come from poor backgrounds, who are capable, who have passed very well, but they can't access the university on the basis that they are poor. So we said, that is why we said, we don't want increment, no increment, we want free quality education. So that was our viewpoint on the matter. And of course, Dean was saying, zifuna ufunda easy. Nifuna ufunda, mos nifumele lento yenu ka 0%. You know, I remember I had a conversation with, which was quite a fierce conversation, with the then Vice Chancellor, Prof. Derek Swartz. So he calls me into his office, he says, no, bro, no, you're pushing it now. 0 increment, still you don't want to go back to class, no, wait. He says, but also, it can't be free education for all, you know. It must be free education for the poor. And if you remember, it was a huge discussion, debate around SASCO and the university to say, and in fact, the debate around poor and for all, in fact, people don't know, we were at the center of that conversation as Nelson Mandela University, because at that time, the Vice Chancellor was part of the committee of this comrade who was chairing this committee. Sorry, who's that comrade? The old white chap. Yes, so he was the one that was chairing, and the Vice Chancellor then was part of that committee and was playing a very strategic role in terms of trying to manage the conversation. So we were the ones who actually put into context the conversation around who is poor and what do we mean when we say for all. Then the conversation around missing middle came, which was another discussion that we were probably going to have. But Pedro, I felt that is important. You might think that I'm not answering a question. I am actually, but I felt that it's important just to give a bit of context. So that was our thought process, and to say, in part, what we've got to do in the university is create sufficient conditions for people who are part of the university community to relate to the university. Part of what we said with insourcing is that insource our parents so that they're able, firstly, to access the university themselves so that they can study, but also for their children to be able to come and study in this university for free. So in a sense, we're creating, when Pedro, a window of opportunity to redress the structural problems that are there. Because the university, in a sense, it's not about profit generation. Mm-hmm. The university is a public good, and therefore it must be obsessed not with generating revenue. Dean. You see?
Sure. Hold it right there. Thank you so much for that opening remarks. You've mentioned a lot of concepts that definitely we are going to break down as the conversation unfolds. Now, let's come to you, Zukona. So the Fees Must Fall movement, as I said at the beginning, it has been accused of being this urban university movement. That your night is significant because it happened in PE, in Cape Town, in Joburg, but actually there's been a bigger landscape where these agitations have been taking place on the outskirts of the country. Your Zululand, your Venda, your Forte, the student struggles has been this one consistent movement, and you were part of it as it took place in and other areas of the province. Just maybe give us a window of what took place in your campus at the time, and what were the pressing issues that you were driving at the time.
Nkosi. As I said earlier on, I was at DUT based there. I was doing first year that time. I know everyone is shocked. I was doing my first year. I joined the student movement called SASCO, and when we got there first semester, the pressing issue was that students couldn't register because they were failing to produce the minimum requirement of registration, which at DUT was 2.1 compared to what you guys are paying at NMU. When the Fees Must Fall started it started with minor gatherings of students on campuses, and then escalated to a point where all campuses in KZN wanted to do one strike. Your UKZN, your MUT, and your DUT. Even your TVET colleges were part of it. Even UNISA was part of it at that time. We came back in school second semester, and same issue, no money for registration. At our institutions that side, we register twice a year, first semester and for second semester. We're not annual students. That system changed recently. So what transpired, we came back to school, students didn't register at all, but they were attending classes with the hope that they will fundraise the money so they can register. There's NSFAS, but NSFAS is not pulling through for us at all, which is a case even today. We have students who get accepted by Nexus, and then next thing, when come registration, there are hiccups. And you find that we register in November, probably 2 days before our final exams. Come October, still no registration that year. I'm a middle class. My parents can afford. they took me to varsity and they were paying my fees. I was registered, but my conscience was with those who are not registered. I was worried. What is going to happen? Because for the first 6 months we were all in class. Now in class there were 100, now we are 20 because the 80 can't access school anymore. The strike started, it was in Wits, it was in Cape Town, NNMU was also in the then and there, and then KZN came in. DUT striked for the first 2 weeks, and we saw that other campuses are not coming through yet. We are all in the same issue where students are not registered. And if you were registered, you had an issue of residence on school. It's either they are full or you don't have money to register for residence. So the strikes carried on, UKZN joined in, MUT joined in, and we had a massive strike where we closed N2. We sat for 2 days at N2 requesting for Blade, he was the minister at the time, to come address us. We were very sure he was going to come. No, he didn't pitch. We sat there. He didn't pitch. We had SRC from different institutions. They would come together, and they would. I remember the time. It was November. They went to Mbizo in Joburg. They went to go to speak to Blade, SRC presidents and the SGs. They went to speak to Blade on issues that were pressing on campus, and that they should just allow us to register the students, and then we write our exams, and then come back next year and see there what we're going to do. But still, no, our government was saying, no, they must pay. But we stood firm and said, no, comrades, as CS classing, we are going to, we want them to know that we are in solidarity. Whether you are a registered student or not, we are with the students. They came back, they told us, SRC, no, let us go back to classes and attend. That is where we decided, no, let us stand by our school gates and start burning. That's where it all happened. Blade on that day decided to come down. He came. If you guys remember, there was an activist at KZN called Bongo Sekanyile. Yes, he was my senior at that time. He formed, he wasn't SRC, but he was an advisory because he was an elder on campus. Advisory sort of to the other political parties within the campus. So we had that situation on campus where we were defying now even our organizations, because we are feeling that no, man, they are not taking the mandate to the people, to the relevant people. They are saying, no, comrades, come down, go back to class. Yet we are saying here we're in a struggle of fees must fall and trying to create access for those who cannot have access to varsity. So what happened transpires here, we basically sideline our organization, and it was a unity of students. But it was, but in our organizations, you are sell out the minute you do not take a mandate from the political organizations that you affiliate from. So we did that, our different organization, and funny enough, it was first years. The ages of Ulufefe on campus were saying, no, comrades, listen to the SRC. Yeah, well, so we had that situation. In KZN, it was taken serious the minute there was arrest of students. That is when the government said, no, let us look into KZN, what is going on. That I remember the eve I was arrested, Jacob Zuma was still president. He said, no student must be released. I'm sitting in the stockroom. It is Thursday, and I'm listening to the news. I'm like, what? And the man said, no, anizokhululwa. And tomorrow you're going to appear in court. Normally, you know, with these student, when we strike on campus, you are taken to stock, and then in the morning you go home or go back to res. And then when you get to res, that is where you get disciplined, where you are handed over a warning or something that you shouldn't be found doing so and so on campus. We go up here. I was the only female. There were many females, but unfortunately, I do not know what happened. I was the only female. And there were males amongst. To fast forward, the struggle in KZN, was for the longest period, because we had students who even stayed for 6 months because of the struggle. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now, let's go to the last member of the panel. You know, some of the things that came out strongly from the Fees Must Fall 2015-2016 moment is that it was also, we're not in a flat, horizontal movement where different pockets of movements, leaders, and even different sets of skills also came through on the table to be utilized. You know, artists were part of the movement. We know the story behind an all-star, dreadlocks and a black lipstick. And also, how did this movement spread all over the country so quickly? It's as if all students in all universities were sitting in the same meeting in one evening. So the utilization of social media as well as a mobilization tool to pull this movement and make it one national horizontal movement that was so effective in each campus. So journalism, you know, especially informal journalism, played a very big role in the movement. Bloggers came through. Even students ordinarily whom you wouldn't expect them to be active on campus finally got the opportunity to also be activists and be out there to air their voices. And it was also a huge gain for the feminist movement on campus, that finally the gender question now is at the center of pressing issues surrounding the political economy of our country. So there was no way that the movement could miss you as a student at that moment. Just on your opening remarks, before I now hand it over to the floor, the horizontal landscape that the Fees Must Fall movement created, basically the democratization of activism on campus. What are your thoughts around that aspect?
Thanks, Pedro. So whenever I speak about the Fees Must Fall, I always would like to keep it like the Must Fall movement, right? Because I believe that Fees Must Fall was not only about the finances and access to higher education, but was a question of race, question of gender, question of what is education and what then becomes education in our societies. And most importantly, it was the representation of society in institutions of higher learning, right? So when scholars speak, they usually say that universities are a microcosm of society. What does it mean for us as people, as students, as young people in communities, as lecturers, institutions, as workers? What does it mean when we see institutions of higher learning, right? So this whole thing informed what then became the Fees Must Fall. The reason why there was a flat structure of the Fees Must Fall was because everyone in society saw themselves in the struggle. It was not for a selected few. When we saw the Must Fall, when I think the first headline at UCT, leaders like Chumani Makwele ridiculing the structure at UCT, but also speaking about how the institution takes care of, the lack of take care of their cleaners, right? They were not seen. Imagine an older person not being seen and heard in the institution of higher learning. Then it came from there. Secondly, they legitimized the struggle that has been happening, effort, a product of the University of Fort Hare in Alice campus. But they legitimized Fort Hare, legitimized Walter Sisulu, University of Limpopo, University of Venda, and so forth, to see that what you've been saying all along was not in vain. We also feel the same way. We also see you. We also going to hold your hand and protest against our government if needs be, right? But also Fees Must Fall was a rebellion against politics, right? The mainstream politics, because we saw an organization like the leading organization in the country, SASCO, EFF, and some people, because politics likes this thing of power, wanting to be at the forefront as a political organization. But Fees Must Fall was flat, was non-partisan. right? Yes, it was partisan because we see different T-shirts, but the ideology, we wanted one thing, which was to see black people as humans. We see black people represented in institutions of higher learning, right? But also, Pedro, to touch on the question of gender and feminism. So for the longest of time, we have seen in institutions of higher learning that it is still patriarchal. It was very patriarchal. As much as you are a good scholar, as a black woman, you are not seen, right? At some point, they were paid even lesser than their counterparts. Black women were very scrutinized on how you produce and how you teach and even your research. But Fees Must Fall sought to nullify that, to actually, I remember there was a protest, a naked protest, there was also Duke protest, there was a lipstick, to actually see we are women, we can be pretty, we can be pregnant, we can bear children, but also produce work, right? We can also be referenced, we can also be vice chancellors, right? So the Fees Must Fall did a lot for the country than most organizations claim to do, right? It sought to reposition the country, and also, my favorite, is to actually decolonize the system. Because currently, education is seen as you being articulate in English. It's you being able to articulate your course in class, but when you go to your community, you are a first class, you're a first citizen, you are not able to identify any problems in society. It also sought to what then becomes mental health, right? Because black students go to institutions, they die there, no one accounts. Why? Why are they drowning in these institutions? So Fees Must Fall was a holistic development of young people in this country. And I'm hoping that as much as we somehow took, I also use a break word, but we are never going to forget on how it represented the interconnectedness of our problems in society, problems that are socio-economic and political issues that can be solved by not only political organizations, but the agency and unity of young people who have a particular common vision. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much, colleagues on the panel. So yeah, there we go, colleagues. Major questions and concepts have been put on the table. In essence, the patriarchization of higher education, the corporatization of higher education, and even the coloniality of higher education is still a dinosaur that is still with us even today. In fact, as I'm listening to them, it's as if they are student leaders today, actually, which makes me even question, Zikona, this thing of being called on the program former Fees Must Fall activists. I mean, what is former about the Must Fall movement? Because it looks like it is still with us as we speak. So coloniality was definitely not an event that arrived and left. It seems like actually it's a power structure that has continuities up until today. So clearly, yes, universities have changed organizationally. We now have black vice chancellors. We used to have white ones. Now we have black vice chancellors. You know, the lecturer now for Psychology 101, it's black, it's no longer white. So organizationally it has changed, but institutionally it still remains the same animal that it was before. So major issues that are still with us. This power structure that still continues to reproduce itself even today, still, you know, rejecting efforts that were made to try and drive for free education, to drive for the insourcing of workers, still the university is not a working class institution up until today. So what is the problem? What needs to be done? What is your reflection of that time? What do you think should be the turning point now going into the future? So those are the questions on the table. I'm now going to open it up on the floor, and let's be mindful here of time. We have exactly 52 minutes to do this conversation, and that means everything. Everything must be fitted in within these 50 minutes that I've put on the table. So I'll note hands. Make sure that when you're noted, you keep your number for this reflection now that we're going to have. So you'll be number 1, number 2, where's this end? Oh, sorry, 3, 4. Then you'll be the number 5 for this round. I think let's lock it there with these 5 hands for this first round. In that order. Number 1. If we could take a roaming mic, you just introduce yourself, where you're from, and then give us your question or comment.
Thank you so much for the opportunity, Chair. My name is Mati Mushibambu. I'm studying at Rhodes. The first one is just a comment. The second one is it's a question. I think it's very important that we do give credit to the generation of the Fees Must Fall movement. They've played an important role in our respective universities, especially the former colonial universities such as like Rhodes, your UFS and the UCT and many others. They've played a very, very important role in reshaping the directions of those institutions. And also you remember that after post the Fees Must Fall movement, a discourse such as like feminism and decolonization and African thought gain currency in institutions. When now you go to, Rhodes University in the politics department and other universities in the country, there's more African courses in the field of sociology and politics. So that shows how that shows the role and the impact that the Fees Must Fall movement made in this institution. Secondly is the issue of fees. For an example, at Rhodes, before the Fees Must Fall movement, at the beginning of the year, a student had to pay 50% of their fees. That's crazy, right? I mean, how do you expect a black student from the rural villages of Limpopo to have like 60,000 at the beginning of the year? So that practice has also changed. And now, I mean, as much as the situation has not gotten better to accommodate black students or poor students, but it's much better than then. Thirdly, the issue of institutional racism and institutional, oppression. It has also changed, because for the first time in history we had the first female black HOD at Rhodes. That's an institution that has more than 100 years. I mean, these are things that should have happened in the 90s and the 80s, but we are having the first black female HOD now at Rhodes. I mean, it's not black, but black and female in the politics department. My last question is it concerns the issue of decolonization. I think when we come to decolonization, we should be very careful on how we talk about it. It's very important. Please don't get me wrong. It's very important that our institution do decolonize the curriculum, but what are we decolonizing? What are we decolonizing, and to which extent? Because to some people, decolonization may be it might mean having more African courses in the department, in various faculties in the school. To some people, it might mean more research on African thoughts and telling more African stories. I'll give you an example with the Americans. When they built the American century, they invested billions of rands. But with us in South Africa, we're talking about decolonization of education, but we still have shortfall on when it comes to NSFAS. The American invested billions in their universities, in different entities. They formed this, when you go to American university, you'll have this center such as African Center of this and this, Asian Center of this and this. That was part of their way of improving their education and conquering the world. But are we as South African ready? If you're still struggling with NSFAS to this point, is our government willing, to finance this decolonization? Because I believe that universities alone cannot decolonize curriculum. We need the government, we need the private sector to pump money, and it should start on high schools and primary level. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thanks for that. Number two, I think number two was the advocate.
Thanks, Pedro. Ngiyanibingelela nonke. Gama lami nguThando Xolo. You can call me Thando. Just two contributions to the panel. Thank you so much for your reflections. You know, when you read, whether I was at the gate or not, whether I burnt anything or I didn't burn anything, because, but one of the things that you see when you read South Africa's journey into democracy, so you read the liberation struggle, and you read it properly, you realize that South Africa, to be liberated, there were quite a number of organizations, political and what you can say organizations that were not political parties. But you get to realize that that journey and that road to democracy consisted of many, many organizations, of course, which is not really reflected in the history. But when you read thoroughly, you see that it did. And one of the things I think even President Oliver Tambo says this is that one of the things that had to happen is that there had to be certain compromises that had to be made. Inevitably because of the conditions of which they found themselves in, but also because the organizations that supported the liberation struggle differed because of their ideological positions, because of where they'd come from, different political parties. I'm just opposing that with the reality of Fees Must Fall, to say that Fees Must Fall, even in itself, was an organization or as a movement throughout South Africa that constituted of different student movements and organizations. And hence we speak about, you know, the different debate about free education for the poor and free education for all, because those were ideological differences. Now the question I want to ask to the panel, anyone in the panel, is how do you think we did on the question of a multi-organization compromise approach, which I think was, in my assessment, in my view, one of the important things that we had to get right. To say for us to actually get there as different student organizations and formations, we had to, at some level, to sustain the struggle, to be able to reach compromises. How did we do on that? Honestly, not from a singular student movement perspective, but a multi-organization. I think we must be honest in that reflection. Then the second one, there's a word in which I think all of us learned for the first time during Fees Must Fall, and it's this word called intersectionality, which I think Yologas spoke and touched on a bit, about the idea that the struggles we faced were multipolar in their nature. So there was one issue about fees, and there were a lot of other issues that then came to the fore. And my question to the panelists, in your assessment, when you evaluate us as a generation, as a collective, how did we do on that question of intersectionality? And I want you to also maybe add the dynamic or the element of pragmatically, because you say a house has different parts to it. Has a roof, has walls, has windows, has a foundation. The same way which we characterize Fees Must Fall, to say it was intersectional. It had issues, race, gender, fees, access, those different issues. But pragmatically, if you are waging a struggle, there are questions of strategy and tactic and pragmatism. Umuzo has these different parts, but you can't say because it has different parts, you will do it all together, or you'll start with the roof. Pragmatically, you must start with the foundation. What is your assessment, even though we understood that it was intersectional, there were all these issues, but what is your assessment of the way in which we progressed or advanced those issues, those intersectional issues, from a pragmatic and strategic point of view?
Thank you very much, Ngala. These are top quality comments and questions, I won't lie. Number 3. Was number 3 this side? That's why I said you must keep your number. Sure.
Okay. I'm Tando. You'll have to forgive me, I have nerves. Okay, fine. I'm Tando Nkosi Mdlalos, and I'm a student here at NMU. I have a question for Ms. Yulugazi. Since all she said, she's working with the AU and the UN, I just wanted to ask about the programs available in place to assist the youth. Like, what youth development program do they have that she feels that is not available, like, to the public, and how to access them?
Sure. 2 more questions. 2 more hands, yeah.
No, thank you very much. My name is Bonginkosi Shong, right? I just want to ask this question to the panel, which is to say that part of the questions that confronted the generation of Steve Biko and the Black Consciousness movement was the question of progressive white, the so-called white liberals, and their role in the struggle of liberation for black people, right? And part of the reasons why both Steve Biko left NUSAS and went to SASO was on the basis that white people did not have any role to play in the liberation of black people. So I want to ask you, comrades, that how did you manage the question of the so-called progressive white liberals within, the Fees Must Fall movement, understanding that because of the structure of the South African economy, which the land is still white-owned, the economy is still white-owned, right? At the time and even today, white students afford, education. They are able to pay for everything in the university. So how did you deal with that question of, the so-called progressive white liberals and their role that they had to play as students in the Fees Must Fall movement? The second question is that, within the Fees Must Fall movement, there were other questions that arose outside of the communication of education and decoloniality, right? The most significant one was the feminist movement, right? How did we deal with those differences that arise within the movement, such that you address them but still be able to go out together and fight the so-called, perhaps the primary reasons as to why the movement existed? Thank you.
The last one.
Hi, my name is Seshun, and I think we actually have a very dynamic and robust conversation. And I actually want to put into a little bit of characterization of like how the Fees Must Fall has been somewhat a paving stone to other conversations, and other conversations that the youth outside of classism has developed. What fundamentally I wanted to talk about is identity politics, because classism is not only one of those conversations that fall under identity politics. And it's not only about race, but also sexuality and sex, right? And the reasons why I talk about these things is because when we talk about youth and we talk about how youth must be viewed, it's not only about the composite of the majority that has been oppressed, right? It's about those people that has been oppressed in terms of identity. And identity under apartheid, right? And when we talk about apartheid, it's not something about black and white. I think we fall into like a false dichotomy when we talk about apartheid, it being black and white, good or bad. Because it's a very complex system that has been formed to oppress not only one economically, but also socially. And I feel that university has been it is a ground of multiparty people So when we have and we encourage people to come to university, it's about acknowledging those individual people that live on, that has not really been accepted of society. I'm talking about people who, let's say, are of women, who haven't necessarily been historically viewed as people that should be entered within the space, and also the LGBT community that has not really necessarily been looked at positively within the historical context within South Africa, and so on and so forth, right? So when we talk about the Fees Must Fall, how do you see the Fees Must Fall interacting and progressing within within the status quo and how we see it now? And the reason why I'm asking about this is because when we look at the reflection of black bodies, but we don't talk about the reflection of the intersectionality of black bodies and being disabled. We don't talk about black bodies and being female, and how that reflection in the past is now has given us certain issues now in the present. So I feel like those conversations are starting to happen, but I don't know if those conversations have been talked in extent. So my question is, do you believe that the conversations are happening, and do you think those things have started to happen or being talked about at the moment? Thanks.
Thank you so much, colleagues. You see now, now you are getting provoked. The hands are coming now. All of a sudden. We'll just take one, colleagues. I see the appetite for second round. One.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Igama lam nguyonela mashalaba. I decided ban kendi tsotse nje facilitator ngobe ngumhlobo wami. I was also within that Fees Must Fall movement, and after years of reflection and thought, I've had a lot of critiques about the movement, my input, my activism, the outcome of Fees Must Fall, which is something very easy to do because post-mortem, it's after. So, but I've always had this question because when I think of Fees Must Fall, I think of how easily it could have been an Arab Spring of its own. Leadership everywhere was very uncomfortable and warranted so that some activists were planted within the movement to manage and gain information of the situation. SEBS also did the same with journalists. There were journalists that were not really journalists that were planted within the movement. There was a lot of things that were done to try and manage the situation. But the issue of accountable leadership always just haunted me from the back. Looking at issues like during Fees Must Fall, we had infrastructure destruction that was worth 800 million. 800 million that could have easily taken 20 million students into university. I just want to ask the panelists about, in terms of accountable leadership, what introspections have we done as the leaders of that time? People died, by the way, during Fees Must Fall. Fees Must Fall were led by people, by the way. If it was a state, there must be an inquiry, in fact, after Fees Must Fall, and certain individuals should be held responsible for these things. My question is, in terms of accountability, how much introspection have we really had as the people who are at the forefront of Fees Must Fall? And can we really say that we were responsible as leaders of Fees Must Fall? Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank goodness I'm not on the panel. I must say, Dean, these are top questions and comments from the floor. In fact, if we had time, I would even say let's open commissions to deal with each question. And I must appreciate the audience, the quality has really, really improved in the university. Not a single comment or question I would say, Dean, comes from the bedroom, in the sense that no one came with a question from where they woke up from. Yeah. They came with a question as according to what was raised on the panel, which is what I like, you know. There are activists when leadership who travel with questions from one meeting to the next. You just know when that one gets the mic, this is the question you are going to get from that one, you know. So thank you, my colleagues, for responding directly to the concepts that were raised on the panel, and the quality now from the audience. My goodness, it's even far greater. And I'm glad that we also have another Fees Must Fall conversation after lunch, another panel, which I think if some are not covered, we'll be able to overlap them over after the lunch break. All right, let's come back now to the couch. We'll just move in that order once more by responding to the exact questions that were raised either to you or to the entire panel. I'm sure we've taken notes. Over to you, Lufefe, then you pass it over to the last member of the panel.
Okay, no, thank you very much, Comrade Pedro. I think also I'm quite impressed by the level of engagement. I think it's what we always want to engage with when we're in a university. If I was still a student leader, I would be trying to recruit some of you into my student organization, because I think that really this is a kind of leadership and thinking that we need, because now there seems to be a lull in student activism, not just in organizing, but also the thinking that comes out of student movements in relation to how do we reposition the education sector, but also our country in general. You'd note in that the student movement has always been, and movement I say broadly, has always been at the center of shaping discussions in the country around the economy, leadership, and there's always been a production side for leaders. So this kind of conversation and engagement, level of engagement, I think I appreciate it very much. I think let me start by saying I agree indeed that the period of fees must fall or must fall tilted the balance of forces in the education sector. And in fact, and I was saying to my comrades when I told them that I'm coming here, that in a sense you had a cultivation of activism, youth activism across broad fronts politically, and people that you would not necessarily imagine that they would be part of a strike or a protest. They were there in front of the picket lines. They had views of what must happen. They were part of the engagements. And that, in a sense, there was a mass mobilization. And that tilted the balance of power within the sector. And all of a sudden now, vice-chancellors, the minister, has no other choice but to listen to what are these students saying, you know. And in fact, it opened up dialogue, because now the higher education sector said probably there must be consistent dialogue between us and our stakeholders, which are students, so that we begin to understand what is it that they are thinking, not to be exposed after 7 years. There's a huge mobilization of strikes, and we don't know how to deal with it. We don't know who's who. But I'm saying, so that was important in terms of defining the dynamics within the education sector and redefining them for that matter. Of course, progressive achievements were done in the sense of the outlook and demographics of the academy, in terms of professors, doctors, and so on and so forth. In fact, that is one of our engagement. But there's a discussion that Prof. Sabelo Kajene raises, which I enjoy very much. The issue of Africanization and decolonizing. Because in outlook, in human form, a person can be black, but not necessarily progressive. So how do you deal with that? You know, which comes back to the issue of decolonizing in the true sense, which would mean issues around our history, our heritage, our culture. There must be a true reflection of our history, because our history and our culture now is almost like relegated to uselessness. And through education, there's been an export of Western value systems that, in a sense, define what it means to be educated. And those are some of the key debates that we've got to have. I remember that there was a student, I think in UCT, says, no, must decolonize maths, and everyone, yeah, you know. It was a huge joke, why would decolonize maths and science and so on. And for us, that in itself must say something about us, because we don't see ourselves as part of production of mathematics, skills like science, whilst we have our own sciences, you know, because people are told that they can control thunderstorms. This is a science, I don't know. Probably we must get students to kind of research that science so that there's evidence. Well, no, really, that we can control rain and can hit a person with umbane. There's a voter kind of thing, we don't know. So we need our students, in a broad sense, those are real concrete things that we've got to pursue in the academy so that we bring research. Just my last point, Pedro, I know that you are impatient with me, I know you. I think on the issue of multi-party kind of interaction, you see, this is my view. This is me now that is talking. That outside any other political kind of persuasion, you see, I think what we're able to do, you know, the sense of solidarity in action that we're able to project beyond political lines during the time was quite important. And the agency that underscored that kind of solidarity. I mean, the issue that if Ngala would be arrested, all of us would be worried and go and sit next to the police station because of the view that this is one of our own. Beyond the fact that you are not SASCO, you are not EFF, you are not DASO, you are not this and that, but because we're comrades in arms. And I really thought that we're going to extend that beyond campus. Because what we were able to do is to define a minimum program. To say, what is a minimum program of common interest about our own challenges and experiences within the university? And that was the central question. And we've got to come back beyond campus and say, what are the issues that young people are dealing with? Unemployment, mental health, drug abuse, and so on and so forth. Why must we talk over each other around issues of common interest? And must we lock ourselves into party political lines? So my sense is that we've got to cultivate that kind of engagement. And how we do it, I think starts like this, to be honest and reflect about our country in a very honest way, so that we are not in a position to, and I think you've raised this, Dean. I mean, because I'm ANC, and therefore the ANC is in government, and I'm dependent on the ANC, and therefore you can't say anything bad about the ANC. I mean, it's wrong, even when it's doing bad. And this speaks about the quality of leadership and consciousness, because consciousness must be reflective. You see, once you are conscious, Pedro, without being able to reflect, then there's the problem with your consciousness. So my sense is that we've got really to engage really about recultivating that multi-party. And I think we managed it properly. We managed it properly because we understood the assignment. And we're able, therefore, to kind of move away from our political centers on the basis that we knew it's either we achieve this thing or we don't. And if we don't, the consequences are dire anyways. Because if we had failed on some of the things, most of us would have been expelled, would have been, because we had to keep that thing together because we knew we're going to be isolated. So it was important for our own survival. And so let's extend it now to say it's important that we engage each other for the survival of our own country. Because as things are, everything, I think, there are huge problems in our country of unemployment, ESCOM switching on and off. So I think we really owe it to ourselves and our country to engage each other beyond that. Last one, Pedro, I promise. I think for me, the last point, which is my parting shot, that I would probably want to make is that, of course, okay, accountability. Let me just deal with that thing of accountability, Pedro, quickly. I come from a school of thought, well, those comrades that have trained me, they've never, well, I come from a school of thought of revolutionaries. And unfortunately, when you engage in a revolution, you have got to engage in a revolution not wearing high heels or, trying to be safe, wearing a white shirt and trying to stay away from blood and being messy and, because a revolution, in a sense, is a trial and error. But what brings it together is a sense of value systems, the vision, and the sense of this broader vision and idea. But as we go forward, we're going to make mistakes, we're going to lose some of our own, and that is the nature of a revolution. And probably what is a problem amongst ourselves as the youth is that we don't want to risk things, We're comfortable. And probably that is why there seems to be a lull in terms of youth activism in the country broadly. Because we are safe in libraries, in talk shops, within party structure organizations, youth structure organizations. We're looking to be MECs, we're looking to be deployed. And therefore, we don't want to risk taking drastic decisions that might compromise us individually. And in a sense, Pedro, we end up losing the broader kind of bigger thing, which is our country. So I'm saying that for me, at the issue of accountability, I think that we're very much accountable. We're very accountable to the people that we led in the sense of the demands that they were making. Because once you individualize leadership or accountability, you start with a problem. So it was a collective accountability amongst those that were engaged in struggle. Let me finish, Pedro. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Sure. Zikwana?
Thank you. Also, thank you to everyone who took part. I want to briefly talk there where Uputi was mentioning India accountability. I like to differ with my colleague here. We were not really accountable at that period because things were up and down. Reality is that we would go to these mass actions and things would happen, but when we come back to regroup, we didn't ask, or we wouldn't ask what transpired in the different sections were put in our campuses. Accountability is something we didn't or hardly had at that period. Yeah, let me say I'm speaking for me, or where I was. I did not know, again, but looking at the situation aboard, it looked as if there was no accountability even everywhere, not just where I was. Because if you look at where students had died, there was no real accountability. And reality is, guys, even now, we are not accountable because there are students who are victimized emotionally, who are still going through the trauma they experienced at that time. Because if you guys remember, those who were there was a period where our residences were invaded, where students who were not even part of the strikes or the mass actions, but they were there because amapolisa, they would come in, break in the residences, take us out, and then now you'd find that some first years, not like me, were very traumatized of what was happening, and some dropped out. That is one biggest disadvantage of Fees Must Fall, is that most first years at that time dropped out of school because it was too much for them. And unfortunately, some of them didn't come back to school because they were scared to come back the following year. And some are still sitting at home. And reality is that Fees Must Fall, we didn't have a plan with the government because they at some point they gave us access, quintile 1, 2, and 3. They could access universities. And then after that, they came to school, bafunda, they finished their degrees, and then the plan after is for them to go get jobs. But government didn't have a plan for them to be employed. That is why I think if we look at the stats, it graduates at between 2018 and now, there are a lot that are unemployed. It's because there are those who benefited from that period, Obana. You can access the institution, you can go study and finish, but now we are left with a crisis of unemployment. The government does not have a plan for us because we are graduates, but we are sitting at home. Yeah, well, even now, I mentioned earlier on that I am working in OR Tam. I'm a volunteer at OR Tam. Not because I'm employed. I'm volunteering because I'm hoping that something will happen. Showing you two guys that the Fees Must Fall was just, we didn't do a great job as leaders. We didn't be accountable even for the after. We were not. Ingos.
Well, thank you, through you, Pedro. Thank you so much for the engagement, the questions and the comments. They're really food for thought. So I'll start with a question from Shivambu from Rhodes. And thank you so much also for allowing us, give us space for reflections, right? And when we speak up on the feminism and Rhodes in particular, I've seen, I think Prof. Nomalang, I'm not sure if she's here now or she's at Rhodes. Yes, Dr. Makatla also. We've seen them post Fees Must Fall as prominent leaders as serving the African intelligentsia. It's amazing on how Fees Must Fall also transited from students to actually even the scholars in the country. But on the question of decolonization, and it's also the question on Pan-Africanism, right? On how much are we willing to invest as Africans to actually see us harvesting the hard work, right? As I've made the example of the Americans. I don't think Africans are much more intentional about decolonization as we claim to be. Because if you want to decolonize, and sometimes people ridicule on decolonizing maths, right? It's also us documenting and giving theory of what Africans have produced. We spoke about maths, right? the pyramids in Egypt are product of maths. The patterns of Ugogo from Pumalanga, the Ndebele, it's product of maths. So if we don't teach that in schools, what then happens? That's, for me, that's decolonization. The interpretation of even the language we use, us not having to interpret. I know Londiwe Mtambo from Rhodes wrote on Umemulo in her dissertation for masters. There were concepts in English that were in Sizulu. She didn't translate them to English because it didn't make sense. And she was given a pass. That for me is decolonization. But we need to put funding into it. But I'm not sure now if our government is intentional about that. Then I'll go to the question on Tando, right? Yes, advocate. On us having to, the multi-party, yes, there was a flat as we all agreed. But what we saw is student leaders were rewarded by their organizations. We saw some going into parliament, right? It was a progressive thing. No, it's progressive. But I want to link this question to the accountability question now that the one was raised by Yonela. As much as these students were rewarded by their organizations, they were given positions in parliament and different stuff. It was amazing, beautiful thing to see young people going into positions of power. But what then becomes their responsibility now, right? That's the accountability part. I know a prominent leader from the Fees Must Fall, and now she holds a position in parliament. I'm a head of the portfolio committee on higher education. Very strategic. What then becomes her role now? That's the accountability that we want to see. The ideas that you stand on in that position, why are you silenced? Why is your voice somehow not heard? But in Fees Must Fall, you were heard, right? So I'm not sure about that. I don't have answers in terms of that. But we see them on TV. We see them driving. We see them. Their social mobility is kind of now fine. But there are politics now we must locate. So this is the question for our comrades. And maybe to give context also, 2015 Fees Must Fall, I was doing a second year at the University of Fort Hare, very much scared of my future. I was like, I'm from a rural community of KwaZulu-Natal. If I get expelled here, what are my chances of coming back? So I had to negotiate my existence at the university. So I also had to make some decisions, right? But that question, I want to rest it upon our comrades here. Then I want to, the question on Utando Mdlalo, say AU and UN opportunities for young people. So when I got involved with the United Nations, I was serving as a youth advisory panel for UNFPA. I was currently at varsity. So what happened is they usually post online, but they want young people to be activists in their own accord, in their own spaces before they enter the system, right? So my politics and my work was community development, started at Enactus as a president, went to JCI, went to Standards One on gender issues, on economic issues, because as I did say, and Tando did allude to it, they are intersectional. So if we want to empower women, we cannot just empower them to have voice, right? But they need to be economically emancipated to actually leave the table when they are not saved, right? So that is where I started my activism. But then I got involved with the UN as a youth advisor. Then from then on, they would invite you to go, because it is more of having to advocate for young people in policy discussions, meeting in governments, right? But they advertise online, they advertise on social media pages also. The AU, I got the chance to actually be part of the AU when they were starting the Pan-African Youth Forum in Addis Ababa. Then that's when I got to represent the country as a young person to engage the AU chairperson, His Excellency Musa Mofaki. So it was my activism that actually gave me the passage to actually engage the AU and the UN. But definitely we can check them out online and on social media. But please be active now so that when you apply, you are at a better position, right? Then the question on Bongingos, yes, black consciousness and white liberals. On Fees Must Fall, what other thing that also gave us a nice thing about Fees Must Fall was the production and the production and contributions made by young black people, right? There's a book by Rikhotso Fitse Chikane on destroying a rainbow, building a nation, right? He speaks on trusting. There's a chapter on how can we trust coconuts, and he actually posits coconuts and white students as how do we then trust them with the liberation? How do we trust them with the struggle of Feesmasville, right? And he posed it correctly there that we saw white students shielding black students from the police, and it worked, right? It's good for white people to recognize their privilege and recognize the inequalities that are there in the system that they continuously benefit from. Then we can start there. They need to know their position that when we speak on race and when we speak on the fees must fall even in its entirety, white people, they're still on the benefiting side of things. So they need to use their position like they did at UCT, like they did at some point in Rhodes and Vets, right? So that's maybe I can refer you to that chapter, maybe to read on Rikhotso Fetse, because Pedro is like time, right? But he concludes by saying that maybe not. It depends on how they interpret the struggle and how they position themselves in the struggle. But on black consciousness and decolonization, and you referencing Steve Biko, we have to, I like the fact that the President also referenced Steve Biko. We need to learn a lot from Steve Biko, not just as a figure of black consciousness, but as a young person with an agency. Because as much as a medical student, there is an Impilo, a clinic that was established in a community. So when we study in these institutions, we should not only have titles, but must be able to answer and provide solutions to our problems in our communities. If you're studying psychology, be able to assist your neighbor in her mental or his mental illnesses, right? But as I conclude, it will be an indictment on my side if I don't respond to the question on sexuality and sex, because my work with the UNFPA also we advocating for comprehensive sexuality education, right? Because for us to be able to correctly solve our problems, we must respond to these questions that humans are not homogeneous. People are different, and also we've seen how sex and sexuality has played a huge role in either abusing and subjugating people, particularly black young people and the LGBTIAQ plus community, right? So issues of sex, they must be dealt with properly through comprehensive sexuality education, in the sense that institutions must be open in having these discussions. If someone's saying that I'm transgender, I'm no longer he, I'm she, we must be able to accept that. But also we must be able to see people beyond who they engage in sexual activities with. We should not necessarily say, because now you are this, you have chosen, or you are not chosen. I want you to correct words. Because yes, you identify, great. You identify as a lesbian, therefore you cannot speak on this, or you cannot be given this particular position. So it's an important discussion that the country must have, and as institutions, as communities, and of course, it's something that we need to do a lot of work in, because it is still very much sensitive for the country, because constantly when you speak, it's either you are trending on Twitter or you run the risk of losing positions, right? So Pedro, this is maybe parting shot. Yes, thank you, Pedro. Maybe as a parting shot, Ionela did say that this was maybe almost an Arab Spring. But also I want to believe that this was, I want to equate it, but it's a spring of sort, right, in South Africa, because it sought to evoke a lot of discussions, and it also to actually open up space for young people to actually carve their own path, but also young people from all different backgrounds. because I always say I speak for young people in rural areas because I'm a rural girl myself. Having to see a young person or a woman SRC president speaking with the Minister of Higher Education, positing the issues that Uyolokazi can't afford to go to university, can't afford fees because she can't even have food. There, maybe she leads a household, parents are dead or parents are not working, and the minister be able to listen to that particular person. So this changed the whole landscape of what it is to develop and what is this education. It is not for elite, it is for everyone, and everyone must benefit equally. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much to the panel. Quite a number of issues again are coming up. We will open I would say the final round. Then we break off the panel and go eat. Now we'll go to the final round. But a number of issues are coming out. The aspect of some comrades who ended up having what I call a safe landing after the must fall movement. But is it simple like that though? Is it just a black and white or a 1 + 1 = 2 issue? Or does this actually speak to the deep-seated structural problems of our economy and this crisis of inequality and unemployment and its repercussions on the consciousness of people and how they think about their material conditions that they are faced with at the moment? Because the truth is only a few people get the opportunity to come into a university in South Africa. Very few people. The overwhelming majority of young people cannot access institutions of higher learning because there are so many barriers that kick them out of universities. Firstly, the basic education system itself screws you over. By the age of 15 years, you are not equipped at all with literacy and numeracy skills for you to comprehend maths, science, and languages that are required for you to come into the system. So very few people get good marks at grade 12 to come to university. In fact, even those who get good marks in grade 12, there are only 26 universities available to compete for. Even amongst these 26 universities, Dean, you'll find that only 5 or 7 of them provide at least a glimpse of what is called quality higher education. The rest remain Bantustan teaching institutions that offer you absolutely no chance to compete in the market with the education that they provide. And these are structural, historical, deep-seated issues that speak to the political economy of higher education itself. Because if you want to provide quality higher education to young people, you've got to put in the necessary investments for it. You've got to attract the top professoriate to come into the institution to produce this type of knowledge that you want. But how are you going to have such universities, Lufefe, when the post-1994 government has just defunded higher education altogether? Student fees now are the only available instrument for universities to make revenue. And obviously, if student fees are your only available avenue to make revenue, they are going to be ridiculously expensive for the overwhelming majority of the working class families to afford. Hence these exclusions. Hence this poor quality education that is offered in universities. I mean, you can study a BCom degree for 3 years, either at Rhodes or at LMU or at Walter Sisulu. You studied for 3 years, but after those 3 years, you realize that actually this person knows nothing about the economy.
You register in January, you take 3 courses, right? You keep attending classes every week. You know, you cram information in, preparing for that 3-hour exam in June. From January to June, you keep cramming this textbook every day so that you are ready for that 3-hour exam. You write that 3-hour exam, Eric. 2 or 3 days later, you've forgotten everything that you were cramming for that exam. And then we think that type of education system is going to give us quality graduates with emancipated minds to think critically on how to change society. It's impossible, because we've been educating robots all along to go according to this tunnel. So it could be possible, Dean, that when we cap graduates every season, you are capping people actually who are empty vessels, who don't even know what is the real economy that they were studying for the past 3 years, because they were cramming for 3-hour exams. So how is that type of education going to give us graduates that are going to change society? It's impossible. And that system is still continuing even today. Our undergraduate programs are still structured in that manner. And then we come here to claim easy victories that no, in our generation we decolonized these universities. No, the struggle is still in front of us with these challenges that we face. Now, are you therefore surprised with products of that system to chase a safe land? So let's go to the last round. One, 2, 3, 4. Okay, we'll come back. 6, 7, 8. Yo. 9, 10, 11, 12. No, don't worry, I have a formula. 13. Okay. Here's what we're going to do, colleagues. A university is a space of knowledge production. We're not a hospital. We're not a youth agency. A university has a purpose. Things that it can do and things that it cannot do. So, when you have a question, just minus the preamble. We know the issues, you know. We know the context, you know. The blacks are oppressed, we know. 1 minute, 1 question, 1 comment. If you go over, we cut you, so that we cover all these 13 hands. I think if 1 question, 1 comment, 20 seconds, 30, we're done. You know what you want to know, what you want to ask. Number 1.
Hi, my name is Mpopiti, and I'm from the NYDA, but then I schooled in the University of Venda. I would like to comment about the decolonization of education in South Africa. One thing I can suggest is that traveling the African continent is one way to decolonize, because I've attended this missionary youth forum where we talked with a lady from Deco, and she said that Africa is where life begins. We always say this, is where life begins, invention begins, but then we do not know what is within Africa. Even here in South Africa, we do not know what is in South Africa, because number 1, traveling in our own country is expensive. Therefore, we cannot really take advantage of the rich culture within South Africa if it's expensive. Number 2, in terms of accountability, I would like to respond to you some. The youth are ready to risk it all if they know that their leaders have their backs. That is the one thing. If we know that the leaders that are leading us will be held accountable if or should they fail us, we will risk we will risk to get what we want. But if we know that there's going to be excuses, whereas we are expected to risk and sacrifice our lives, it becomes a problem because only one person is benefiting from that. So thank you. That's all my comments.
Brilliant. On the spot, 1 minute. Number 2.
I'm number 2. The children. Well, I commend you guys for doing what you did. I'm a benefactor of what you did when you were doing your Christmas fall movement. I was in grade 8. Yeah.
Lufefe, how old are you now?
All right. I just want to take you on the issue of decolonization of education, right? I get it. We are introducing new courses, but true to what the Dean of Students said, we have a problem where now the pay grades are different, right? We want to introduce courses that are pro-African, but at the end goal, my question now remains: what are you going to do with that? You are learning so much about the past, but what are you going to do with that? Because again, the system favors what? The white. Because my thing is, we are saying that we want to introduce all these things, but we're not really addressing the issues that exist currently. Because take, for example, psychology. You cannot be telling me that a person goes and studies psychology and it has no African identity in it within itself, in the sense that probably we have issues of religion and culture coming into that psychology, where I find it problematic in the sense that where we learn and reproduce the same things that are against the African child, the black child. It's become problematic in that sense, because we now say, yeah, we have black lecturers, but what are they coming to do? They're reproducing the same education that is pro-white. So what is the whole point of us saying we're introducing? How about we address issues that exist? Sure. Moving on to the president.
No. President, I see you are in charge.
You know, I always say that those who loves me calls me president, but no, but I want to ask a question, and I know that when you were speaking about preambles, you were referring to me, and I'm not going to make one. My question is, there was this problem, you know, that the generation of Fees Must Fall mentions that Fees Must Fall collapsed because there was a conflict, you know, with students themselves. You know, there was a problem in terms of now women were saying that men wants to be at the forefront, and now it's no longer about, now they deal with the question at hand, but now the question in terms of who must therefore lead the Fees Must Fall. So I want to ask that question in terms of how did you deal with that, because it's in relation to also the, you know, one being able to identify what is the primary contradiction at that particular time as compared to other secondary issues. I'm not necessarily saying that the question of gender, because it's often confused in terms of when we say that the primary contradiction that we have as black people is that, you know, of race, you know. Of course, others will argue that it's the one of class, but the primary contradiction is that one of race. And therefore, when we are dealing with questions like that, like as Lufefe correctly observed in terms of, you know, the mini program at that particular time, what therefore becomes our primary, you know, contradiction and the one that we deal with, and of course, as vice versa, the question of, you know, secondary, you know, contradiction. So I just wanted to ask about that question.
SG.
Thank you, Dr. Pedro. I just wanted to ask the members of the panel that, you know, when we speak about free education, we're always confronted with the question, who must fund it? Ne? And of course, we go about and try and explain tax, and, you know, but when we look at tax now, we have such a high rate of unemployment. So where exactly are we going to get that money? So I just wanted to ask the members of the panel, when you guys were fighting for the free education, in your mind, or who did you think, or who did you see fit to fund the free education? Thank you.
All right. Let's just pass it over to this side. Remember, your colleagues, another rule. If you had your hand up and the person who spoke before you covered you, It's not a sin to say you are captured.
What's big? 5. 5? Wait, we'll start with 6 and 5.
Yeah, quickly.
Can
1
I
minute.
proceed? Okay, it's fine. Okay, fine. I think. Okay, fine. Let me do this quickly. There's a matter which I think is not really being taken care of, which is the matter of unemployed graduates. And then the dean spoke of the ecosystems. So I just wanted to ask if ever within those within that ecosystem is there a room made available for the unemployed graduates? Yeah, so that's my question that I have.
Number 6.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Wangaletu Simaile from the Black Lawyers Association Student Chapter. I was in matric during Christmas Fall, a bit older. We saw the brutality of the system, the brutality of the police, the brutality of the universities towards the students who were raising pertinent issues, critical issues, correctly so. Now, when you look now today at the activism, when you look at student activism now, it appears that it's no longer in existence, it's lull, it's dull, or that students are scared. Post fees must fall, universities have not become tolerant to protests. The laws have not become tolerant to protests. In fact, universities have created policies that suppress student activism, that make it impossible for you to protest or to chase students out of classrooms, to say, comrades, let's go to the gate. So how do we now, the current generation, navigate through that? Because, you are scared that if you even mobilize, you'll be suspended or expelled. So the future is at stake. The speaker just now said, unemployed graduates. If you've been expelled, then how much you're even at a greater risk. So how do we navigate that brutality which has suppressed student activism? Thank you.
Sure. 7.
Hello, my name is Londile Cwele. So my question to the panelists is that I want to know if, to you guys, is fees must fall just a concept? Because I see that every time you are only allowed to stay for at least 5 years in university, and obviously the more you progress through your education in varsity, you have to focus more on your education. So meaning that we don't have maybe student leaders doing masters because they have to focus on their education. So each and every year we find new leaders in our universities, meaning that there's no one to actually help engage with the new leaders through the concept of fees must fall, quality education. So do we have to face new issues? Do we have to face the same issues each and every year because we have new leadership? We have to fight with the management again with an issue that was fought last year with the other leadership, because the new leadership doesn't know much about how do you guys engage with the new leadership, like Abo Ports Oranje. And also like okay, and also like, is it the free education? Is it quality education? And also, is it the reason why we have the high employment rate, or you would blame it on decolonization, meaning that it's limiting our employment, and because the economy is still pro-white, maybe that's why people can't be employed because they're having decolonization in the education system. Thank you.
Sure. I think I'm left with now. Trina.
Okay.
Quickly.
I believe that if we have ethical leaders, then accountability should have not been an issue. But that was just a comment. My question is that as the fees must fall generation, how would you advise the new generation? What would you say to the new leaders? That was just my question.
Sure. Last two.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Shibambu again. I want to say the first two are just comments. For us to achieve this mission, we need students and staff members, academic staff members, that share the same vision. Some of these dean of students and these vice chancellors, when they get to meetings, they sell out. They don't talk about the students, and we have to tell them. They have to know. So until we have students and academic staff that share the same vision, we'll never achieve anything. Secondly, the issue of what Comrade Lufefe said about the university should not be obsessed with making revenue and all that. You need money to run universities. It's just unfortunate that we cannot suck it from the poor students, black students in particular. But we need money. For us to get wherever we want to see ourselves, money must be pumped into the institution. And the last point is that for us also to achieve this theme fully, it goes back to national issues such as like the South African foreign policies. With the Americans, education was part of their foreign policy. Once in a while, when Joe Biden speaks, you always talk about foreign policy, American interest. When was the last time you had South African government talking about their foreign policy? Do we even know where we stand? What's our policy position when it comes to education? So those are some of the things that we have to fix to achieve this mission. Thank you.
Sure.
Okay. Good day. My name is Ukolani. Just a comment and a question. It's sad to see former graduates unemployed and some doing some volunteer work, by the way. And my comment is it not safe to say that our school system is actually the opposite of what it takes to be successful in the real world? And how we should start having dialogues of how we can change our school system and the way we study at universities and institutions like NMU. I'm doing BCom accounting, by the way, and you know that you graduate here at NMU never having touched accounting software that's being used in the real world. And you do everything normal, you know, debits, credits, they negative mark you for writing. Who does that in the real world? You know what I mean? And to go back to what Doc said, so that everyone can benefit from this, even in rural areas. There was something Thabo Mbeki tried to achieve about access to education, information. And we're like having free Wi-Fi even in the rural areas, where people can have access to information. I think that would help because the way we really study needs to change, because you find that universities are actually preparing our students for a world that used to be, not a world that is currently now, Mr. Dean. Because technology and the real world is evolving at such a rapid pace, and academia cannot keep up. So we need to start having those dialogues. Thanks.
Last one.
No, thanks, Doc. Since people are declaring I'm the generation before fees must fall. No, just a comment on this thing of accountability. I'm very worried. So Peter, I don't see Mashallah now. I don't want us to delegitimize the fees must fall struggle. Because if I've got a media background, Pedro. I used to listen to Zolaki Sisulu speak when he was still alive, and he used to say, the apartheid government used to tell them, don't go to Mandela, don't go to Biko. And they refused. They said, if we don't go to Mandela, we are saying the struggle against apartheid is illegitimate. So this thing of oppose, I agree with Ulufefe there. If you say oppression against black students is violent, it's not going to be overthrown over tea and biscuits. It's a violent phenomenon. Fanon puts it better concerning violence. So let's not delegitimize the struggle. That question, Galufefe, got me very worried. Sorry, mashallah, So I don't want you guys to delegitimize your struggle against the education system being oppressive towards black students. It was a real struggle, as Pedro was alluding earlier on. It continues, it alludes us, So that's my worry on this thing of accountability, that we're treading very on scary grounds when people want to now account, as Ulufefe puts it better, from where he stands. I'm from that vantage view, that revolution is a violent phenomenon. And I'm not saying this with lack of sensitivity to those who lost their lives. You know, I'm saying this in a broader political setup that it's not going to be overthrown over tea and biscuits. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Yeah, those are the comments and questions from the floor. And Dean, I hope the convention has good scribers, you know, because a lot of top quality submissions have come from the floor, and even for a person who was in here, if maybe they could read the publication of this convention, they would really immensely gain a lot from what has come true. Obviously, colleagues, it's impossible to respond to all 13 questions and comments. Unfortunately, we'd have to take other discussions over coffee and lunch. And obviously, we do have another panel of the current now generation of must-fall activists that are also going to sit on the table and share their thoughts with us. Let's do it this way. Let's give each panel member just 2 minutes to close the discussion. Give us your closing, your parting closing points, and then we then hand the session back to Professor Andrew Kitt, who has just joined us. Let me start on that side this time around, so that we come over this side and then we close the session. 2 minutes.
Well, thanks, Pedro. So my parting shots would be on, yes, I want to align myself with that. We should not, and we should be very cautious of delegitimizing the struggle. Fees must fall. The entire fees must fall. And as Frantz Fanon once said, that each generation must find its mission, betray it or fulfill it. That particular generation found its mission, and I am glad to say that it actually fulfilled it. But also we must be able to sit beyond our political organizations and our backgrounds and actually see a better future, right? But not just see a better future, but work towards it, not only for personal gains, but for the holistic development of our country and ultimately our commitment, our continent. Maybe as I'm closing, Pedro, it is important that we travel. I have traveled, and also we're not just learning about these countries, but you also learn about the privileges that you have in your own country, but also you learn about stuff that universities will never teach you when you travel. So it's important that we put ourselves out there and actually study and try to disrupt the system as much as we can. Thank you.
Thank you, Sikona.
Thank you. I just have advice to the new generation is to risk it all, guys. Risk it. Risk it all. You will see it when you get there. Because in the day, it's your struggle at that time. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. I just want to end off, Pedro. You know, I remembered political schools that we used to have. And I can sense a lot of despair at the level of activism, you know. You see, there are no guarantees when you are an activist. And to want to balance out every possibility kind of refuses you from actually taking action, you know. So I just was reminded of a quote by Lenin. It says, "Despair is typical of those who do not understand the causes of evil, see no way out, and are incapable of struggle." So it's quite important to understand. In fact, when we do understand the cause of evil, which are capitalism, I can go, I would not have time to really say the reason why we're in this crisis is capitalism in this country and the history of racialized capitalism, particularly in South Africa. And the trajectory post-1994 of neoliberal microeconomic policy is part of the challenges that we are here of deregulating and destroying our industrial base. And the reason why we've got to think not just here, Dean, there are deeper discussions about the structural limitations and the structural trappings that we find ourselves post-1994 that make it difficult for us as a country to progress forward. And we've got to discuss very seriously about how do we ensure at the level of the economy we integrate and we ensure that Africans in general and black people in particular participate in the real economy by making sure that the productive assets of this country are taken from the hands of the few and are shared amongst people who live in South Africa in an equal way. And that includes income. It must include the land, the land of this country,
to which our students and our society are subjective to. So with the name change, a number of responsibilities came with that, and of course it forced us to reflect on our values and our principles. And since then, of course, we are trying to be a socially embedded university in service of society. But that society includes its student and staff populations as well. In her 2018 inaugural address, our Vice Chancellor emphasized the need to be more student-centric. She argued that student life at our university should be knowledge-based and collaboratively fashioned to inspire and connect with the aspirations of our students. It should be anchored in binding values that will serve as the epitome in our collective mission to evolve the new generation of African leaders as envisaged by Africa's Development Program, Agenda 2063. As we strive to attain our vision of being a great African university, we need to be responsive to the needs of our continent. We see ourselves as a university that can catalyze a future generation that understand the plights of our peoples. In response to Ngugi, the university is inspired to cultivate transformative leadership through innovative pathways for African states and ourselves to shape our development. Therefore, the Youth Convention is so significant. In fact, more so than I think sometimes we gather in our own thoughts. That is because our continent remains relatively underdeveloped. It is a source for the wealth of others, actually. And it's a phenomenon that poses a threat to how the continent can attain the goals of Agenda 2063. But our hopes remain because we have to contribute in various ways to developing a youth cadre that can move towards achieving the continent goals, even if we do that step by step, brick by brick, as we build along. South Africa remains the most unequal society in the world, as you may well know, and you carry that burden on your own shoulders and in your own skin. Poverty, unemployment, and limited access to land all contribute to this inequality. The recent labor force survey indicates that the unemployment rates in June 2022 are 63.9 for those aged between 15 and 24 and 42.1 for those aged 25 to 34 years old, close to being absolutely criminal. And our national rate stands at 34.5%. These statistics shout out for innovative thinking and determined action to keep youth active and support their transformative initiatives and their aspirations and dreams to stimulate a responsive socio-economic ecosystem. We cannot ignore the impact of the energy crisis, corruption, quality of basic education and healthcare, and the apparent general decline in the capacity of the state to deal with the socio-economic challenges we face as a nation, apart from the big environmental and planetary questions we are facing today. These types of challenges call for fresh thinking and committed action. It is worth noting that the third Nelson Mandela Annual Youth Convention advocated for the establishment of a social youth lab able to play a major role in developing innovative solutions for sustainable livelihoods and youth development. Today, the Madiba's Youth Lab is a reality, and in our university, and is poised to grow from strength to strength and make a real contribution. Again, let me pause and congratulate the Dean of Students and his team for this major achievement. Please give them a round of applause. Shaping regional human capabilities through transformative pathways require an understanding of the challenges of the African continent. The well-known Nigerian economist and philanthropist Tony Elumuelu suggests that from an African perspective, development is a matter of realizing our potential and make the progress that we know is humanly possible because others have gotten there. As a university, we have positioned ourselves to make this particular contribution regionally within the context of global competitiveness. But of course, mindful of the questions that was raised by the students here as to how one can get entangled into a global matrix that thwarts or undercuts our own development. The question, how do we unburden the power of the youth to remake their future, does not have a straightforward response. Student and youth activism across the globe over the past decades are interlinked in so many different kinds of ways. Just don't have time to go through a scholarly analysis of those connections between the South African protest uprising and those, of course, that started already in 2006 on parts of our continent elsewhere and, of course, in other parts of the world. But the common demands relate to how can our social institution facilitate conditions for youth to activate their own agency. The At Must Fall movement, resulting in the most powerful post-1994 protest action that almost brought the sector and the country to a standstill, opened up new possibilities. I agree. There's no reason to delegitimize what the students tried to achieve at that particular point in time, and there is no need to be anachronistic. That is to misplace historical events out of context. Okay, so you read it within a particular historical context as this has happened at that particular point in time. The At Must Fall movement suggested options that were unthinkable before its advent. And perhaps it is most apt to think of its message in terms of youth development. So if you want to read the At Must Fall movements further, don't read it as free, decolonized higher education. Think of it as advancing youth agency for youth development as a broader matrix that the movement tried to put on the table. Though there has been an explosion of written work on the At Must Fall movement, we are yet to mine its lessons to its fullest, especially in the context of what appears to be an empty state. Given the massive global shifts and economic realities that are constraining the ideals of youth employment and development, the recreation of ecosystems to make this possible is an urgent undertaking. This ecosystem should both be inside and outside the state that has gotten used to overseeing the entrenchment of massive socioeconomic inequalities and the considerable human suffering that accompanies it, while on the other hand, its architecture and administrative arrangements always already make provision for the protest and discontent that will ensue from it. So a careful analysis of At Must Fall, and I don't regard myself as a top scholar on this, I'm just sharing my observations, but a careful analysis of At Must Fall from the very beginnings in January of 2015 will show its initial desire to be uncaptured, to work outside the state, next to the state, within the state, and beyond the state. But that was later thwarted by developments towards the end of 2015 and the beginning of 2016. But its first intuition, in my reading, was the correct one. It drove at an activism that respect self-generated rules because it knew that an agency steered by big politics may not be of its own making. So the trick is that balance, inside and outside the state, at the same time, so that the state does not have a monopoly to prescribe what is possible. The state should not be the horizon of our political consciousness. We should think with and beyond it. Here again, At Must Fall has been instructive. as its action refused to see the state as the endpoint of political thought. Otherwise, the protest would not have been so massive, because it just refused to see the state as the endpoint of political thought. It had a different horizon in mind. But of course, as we may well know, these kinds of things get disciplined in different kinds of ways by massive historical processes and other social forces, and that's why Ponzo's contradictions also, of course, comes into play. But that's life. Life is a struggle, and life is lived through the processing of our own contradictions in our different spaces. So the main task of intergenerational discussions, Dean, if I may add something here, is thinking and doing an interplay between the insides and outsides by which our youth can remake their own futures, where agency is not simply conflated with protest, but with what we do on a daily basis to advance our own well-being and that of others. To think of agency as protest is to miss the point about the power that you have as young people. The ecosystems we are to imagine are ones that should be soaked with the agencies of youth themselves and located, as one of the young people said earlier, in the real world. There is no other way. Program Director, as I move towards closing, I wish to thank the Dean and the dedicated team in Student Life and Development for their dedication and hard work in putting this convention together. But I would like to touch on one last point that came through as well. If struggle is a way of life, we are all folded both into the possibilities and the contradictions that makes life possible in any case. As one tries to do something good, you reinscribe another form of bad. As you move towards a form of social justice, you reinscribe other forms of inequalities. And those contradictions, of course, need to balance themselves out as we make sense of our own life. But of course, what we have is the particular aspiration and dreams to make the world and, of course, universities better places for young people as they enter this, but also to make universities respond better to creating pathways that allow young people to activate their agencies in more profound and substantive ways. I would also like to appreciate the support that the student leadership are providing for the initiative of the Youth Convention, of course led by Ponzo Slongwane, the SRC president, and of course extend a special word of appreciation to all our speakers for taking time to join us and share their wisdom and ideas. I wish all delegates a fruitful engagement that will contribute to sharpening strategies to reconceptualize approaches to youth development. The hope of Africa lies in its youth. I'm glad we are playing a part as a university. Nkosi, siyabulela. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. Andre Kit. Awufuna xoxa comrades acaci mahle. Thank you so much, Prof. Colleagues, that touch brings us to the conclusion of the first session that we've had this morning. A very brilliant session, I must say, Dean. Top quality inputs from the beginning up until the end, as submitted by Prof. Kit. As we are now about to break for lunch, just please be aware of time. We have now another panel discussion that we're going to have after lunch, which will be now the current generation of the mass fall movement, to reflect on the issues that they are now dealing with today in universities. So we're now going to break for lunch, colleagues. Let's please come back to the venue at 15 minutes. Wait, let me take my program quickly. I want to go the right time. Yes, let's come back at 15 minutes past 1. 13:15. Everyone must be seated back in the venue, and then we'll kick off the second session. Enjoy lunch. Thank you so much. The invited guests, just a quick announcement. The invited guests, you know yourselves, there's a holding room. Number 1, Lwandile Msimango. Number 2, Ompulusa Nengwekhulu. Number 3, Vuyokwazi Gwam. And then the last one, Sinethezekile Mbanza. Can all those 4 comrades please come to the front? Yeah, I think let's have 3 on the couch so that the conversation can flow. One, two, sure. The format is going to be similar to the one we had on the first session, a panel discussion, and then we open it up for a conversation to the floor. So, welcome everyone to our university and to the youth convention. Thank you for joining us on the panel. Just maybe to kick it off, an introduction. Who is seated here? What are you busy with at the moment? And then afterwards, I'll ask the first set of questions, and then we go to the floor. Let's start on my far left.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ulwandile Msimanga, a law student in the university.
Sanbonani Kamala Musnetezahilo Rampanza, and I'm the current SG of the SRC, and I'm also an honors student in the university.
And Masiari. My name is Ompulusa Nengwekhulu. I am from Rhodes University. I am the SG of the SRC at Rhodes, and I'm currently doing my honors in political and international studies.
Good afternoon. My name is Vuyokwazi Gwam. I am a student here at Nelson Mandela University doing my honors. I'm the former SRC Secretary General. Currently, I'm a student researcher at CRISHET, which stands for Chair for Critical Studies in Higher Education and Transformation. Yes, thank you.
All right, lovely. So let's kick off the conversation. The title in front of us is Response from the Current Generation of Students at Universities. What is their generational mission? So maybe the first question to pose really, do you really think that the Fees Must Fall movement of 2015 has completed its task? And if so, why you say so? And if not, what are the outstanding issues that currently you want to take the baton from and move ahead with the struggle? In fact, what are the current challenges that you are faced with? We hear at Rhodes that you got rid of the MIP, but apparently you've got rid of this one, but there's another one now that has been placed that is exclusionary. Because we know that in university, you're not only excluded financially, but there are also deep-seated cultural, epistemic issues that are also barriers in one having a fulfilling higher education experience in the system. So on your general mission, reflecting on the past, your role currently, moving ahead, what are you grappling with? Let's start with Vuyokazi.
Okay. So thank you. One of the other challenges or the other things that we are learning now is that there's a panel. You know, in the past, when you are called, you stand there, you give a speech, you make it, if you can see here, I had a long thing, but then as time goes by, things are changing and we appreciate that. For me, Dr. Pedro, and all distinguished guests that are here, I think that we are continuing with what the generation of as the current students. I was a Secretary General during COVID times, and I want to draw my contribution to the current, to the mission of the current students to that. A total different way of governing online and fighting for students online. And I thought when I was preparing here, I had a long list of our mission and whatnot, but what struck me and what I forgot was my role during the pandemic. So, and bringing out new way of leadership and for the whole of the student populace. So, what happened is that Lufefe raised, or I think it was rather the BLF secretary, who raised on the issue of process of disciplinary hearings and suspensions. Do you know what COVID did? Because we are learning online, many students had ignored what plagiarism is. They had ignored not how to, but we also ignored issues of connectivity at our homes. We had ignored many things that in a way made students to struggle again in terms of access for the next generation of the SRC when things go back to normal and many other things. So with the process of the disciplinary hearings, which I want to, because it's an ignored fact that I was lucky enough with some of the BLA to be part and parcel of those processes and fight for students. But the amount of victimization that had happened, Dean, probably we were not so vocal about, was too drastic. Many students failed to write tests on time and were not given another second chance until later on, where the university began to introduce pathways and new mode of learning. When I look at the process of disciplinary hearings and it not being reviewed, there was a discussion from the law department, the policies not being reviewed to suit the current pandemic was very problematic. And I think going forward, there should be, every time there's something happening, a new way of living, the university should also be able to say that, let's redirect our policies, let's look into them, let's review them, so that yes, there was high ignorance of students with policies because they were dependent greatly on student leaders to know everything, and we assisted them, but a gap then for them, which was also something they should view as worrisome, began to open, that now and we don't know the policies, you don't know anything of the university, and they're falling victim under it. So I think that it changed, because I was in student governance exactly during that time and couldn't be on the ground as much as see validates and say whatever. The process has to happen online. I remember people would just sing while a lecturer is going on, and we don't care much for that. We just remove you and continue with our lecture. So yes.
Thank you.
Thank you for the platform. So before I begin, there's a question that I'd like to pose to the to the audience. I know it's not vegan friendly, but the question is, how does a person eat an elephant? One piece at a time. So what I'm trying to say by that is that the Must Fall program or the movement itself is not a complete task. It means that each and every single time, more generations to come are going to build onto what those movements did. It was a starting point for us to start that task, and then further generations are going to complete it, right? So what I like about the Must Fall movement is that it brought back the fact that as black students or as black children, we come from very poor backgrounds, which are often ignored. And that's one thing that the first panelist spoke about, that there are other issues that we often encounter at home which disturb us, but then when you come into a higher learning institution, those things are not spoken about. Like we spoke about the term of intersectionality, right? I think our current generation very much focuses on the term of intersectionality. Like we said, that the discourse of feminism is what came off the forefront, or rather some of the impacts that we saw from the Fees Must Fall and Must Fall movement. So for example, with roads, right? Recently, we've been struggling with mental health issues. And these mental health issues do not just come because the cost is chowing, as we would say, young people, right? But because we are also facing other problems from back home as well as within society. But within our institution, we are not developing discourses as well as frameworks that can be able to address those issues. So for example, myself, I'm not just a woman, but I am a black woman. But I'm also a young black woman. And I'm basically mandated with the task that if I learn something at my institution, I must pass it back. And that is the mission, or that is the task that is not complete that I must be able to still do, to take that back, right? I also feel that we haven't completed the task because if we're not just fighting about monetary value, as well as those who are already in the system, were they able to afford being kept in that system, which was an issue that one of the activists spoke about, that for them, #Fees Must Fall wasn't just about money, but as a person, can you be able to stay in the system? And I feel that that is a problem that continues to surface. Hence, we have recent developing issues like the missing middle, as well as the NFSAS not covering for certain students. For example, I am raised by a single parent, right? But who has so many other financial commitments to help out because of black tax. But because of, the institution that we're in, we're consistently driving because of also capitalism. I often find myself being ignored, or rather I'm not focused on, because maybe your parent is above a certain threshold of money, but it doesn't mean that you can stay inside the system. It doesn't cover for you. Those are problems that we still continue to face till today, right? And even if you are like, you can just go elsewhere to get your higher learning education, it's not really going to be the same, because we also spoke about getting access to quality education. What exactly is it going to be quality education? Who is going to have that money to afford quality education? Where is it going to come from? And those are issues that we continue to face at these higher institutions. And I think that that is a task that, as the new generation, we are mandated. I think that should be our mission, that now that we've been given this platform, now that there were other voices who told us that it is possible to do this, what are we going to do? For example, at Rhodes, if we speak about changing things like curriculum or decolonizing curriculum, as like young student leaders, we are given platforms to sit with higher management and negotiate certain things, because also the type of leadership that we had back then has also changed. It's normal, like, burning tires, standing outside by N2 and all that. Now it is a more strategic and logic. How do I negotiate with someone who's in higher power? And I think that if we continue to equip the youth, and I would like to point this out, it's saying the future is very problematic. I think we shouldn't say remaking future. I think we are the current generation. If we were talking about 60% being of, we said Africa's, the youngest 60%, clearly it should tell you who's making the decision now, which is that 60%, and it's us, which are people below the age of 25, and therefore we need to be equipped, but then we're not talking about those things, and those are the problems and the tasks that we still need to complete. Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Dr. Pedro. I think, as Uvu has alluded, I think it is important for us to show gratitude to the Must Fall movement, because I remember, I think I was in high school at the time it was happening, and what conscientized me towards it was that my mother was worried that her firstborn was doing second year at UP. She couldn't afford those fees. She couldn't also afford my fees. So that's something that brought me into it. But I think that in us critiquing or analyzing the Must Fall movement, it is important that we need to realize our role. The generation of Fees Must Fall at their time did what they could do. What now we should be looking towards is sustaining that movement. The Fees Must Fall movement, or the Everything Must Fall movement, was sort of a foundation. In 2020, when we were all confronted with the pandemic, we realized that the fight was for us to access free education. But now it's not safe for us to go into campus and access the education. Now the fight was for devices. At NMU, not luckily, but at NMU it was as if the previous SRC of Vuvu had actually predicted the pandemic, because when we came into the institution, they had an initiative of having NSFAS-funded students pay for their laptops for a period of 2 years. But also that saw another problem of the missing middle, because the people were not funded by NSFAS. Now, post-COVID, or on the journey going to after COVID in 2021, when we now enter office, it's a problem because now most of the students are affected by an N+ rule. Most of the students are not funded because, as Vuvu had said, we had ignored the implications of plagiarism. Now, we ask ourselves, what is our generational mission? I think that our generational mission should be in living to see the realization of socialism through students' power. We need free, intersectional, decolonized education. That should be our generational mission. And we use the Must Fall movement as a foundation for us to realize that. And I think Untokozo Muloi, I think she was part of the Must Fall movement also in the documentary on YouTube about Everything Must Fall. She says, I'll always continue to fight for free education, but not in the same way. Because the strategies that we used are not feasible anymore. And then I like it when she ends it and she says, we will fight again, we will do it like we did it in the beginning. We're going to surprise them. So I think that it is our responsibility as student leaders now to surprise management with new forms of fighting for free education.
Thank you, Doc. I think it is Fanon that challenges us as this generation when we look at the Fees Must Fall generation. He says we must be careful how we deal with those who have fought before us in critiquing them. We must not interpret their passivity as being laissez-faire or not caring anymore. We must appreciate the tools which they used to fight and which were at their disposal. I think we must start there and appreciate the Fees Must Fall generation. Appreciate the tools they used at that time. But it is not a generation, Doc, that is beyond reproach or scrutiny. We must scrutinize the Fees Must Fall generation for its lack of energy for intergenerational coordination. Perhaps it's what this generation was exposed to, that when the height of Fees Must Fall ended, the generation took a step back, leaving the fact that its mission in itself was not finished. I'm thinking, Doc, we have to respond to a generation that fought for insourcing in the context of NMU and achieved it. You see? You have to respond to a generation that is called the generation of locksmiths in the context of NMU, who were holding keys of the university.
You cannot respond that negating the fact that those comrades were deliberate and intentional about the struggle. So then, in us taking the baton to defining, discovering our own mission, we must create spaces like this. Because our biggest problem is that the FMF generation, as I say, it just left the space. We did not learn from them their stories. Making us vulnerable to learning from people who demonize that generation and speak of it as a generation that was fighting for the impossible, as Lufefe was saying, a generation that did not want to learn and go to the classroom. So we must be able to hear narration from their perspective. We must be able to hear from them what they define. But equally, Dean, this convention convenes at a time where the sector itself is reconsidering many things. Reconsidering whether are we going remotely in terms of teaching and learning. It's rethinking its delivery of the teaching and learning model. Are we going remotely? Are we going to be hybrid? It's also rethinking student life, out of which student activism comes from. It's rethinking. I know Odin, they are in tables discussing in their different committees. What do we do in a post-COVID student life? So when we discuss the mission of this generation, we must discuss it as a mission that comes after a season of lull in university interaction, in student life, and everything. Yeah, I think, but to finish it off, we must take from that generation as a task, which I know that it did not finish, transformation of the academy itself and that of the curriculum, and be very meaningful and intentional on that. Thank you, Doc.
Yeah, thank you for those opening remarks. I just want to be a devil's advocate before I hand it over to the floor. And just ask this question. Are you, comrades, scared to say bad things about the fees must fall generation? Were they really that amazing? You know? At what point do you feel like, but at this point they failed us, you know? Maybe also to the audience, you know, that fees must fall generation. At what point do you think you failed this generation? Maybe reflect on that before I come to the floor. So that's a question I just want your 1 minute bite on, because there are so many generations criticizing you guys, by the way. They call you Oma 2000, you know, people who don't give a damn about anything. But I don't think that's a full story of being a 2000. I don't know when you guys were born. I'm not saying I'm a 2000, but I have an idea of the generation that you are leading. I have a younger sister born in 2004 who is doing an undergrad in this university. So she is your constituency, Banza. So you are leading 2000s that I know. So they say so many bad things about you. So what bad things do you have to say about them? At what point do you feel like they failed you? 2 minutes.
Oh, sorry about that. I think for me, more than anything, is the fact that I think it's 6-7 years later after the movement, and the Minister of Higher Education and Training is still playing Nzimande. I think that is the greatest mistake that they made. You know, I can't speak about the governing party, but I feel like we could stay here for the whole day. But what I mean by saying that he's still the minister, for me, I thought that because there's a point in time when they announced the 0% fee increase. They said, no, there's going to be 0%. And I remember when you watch the documentary, it is Dr. Pedro Mzuni, by the way. I was a student, third year, final year, that he recommended that we watch the documentary on YouTube. It's called Everything Must Fall. And Commissar Vianney Pambo says that at that point, other comrades were saying, hi, we're fine. Yeah, we've reached, we're here now. But they were like, we have tried to convince the university to not increase fees, and they did not increase the fees. Now let's try and push the agenda of insourcing. So they went forward again in fighting for insourcing. I feel like after winning the fight for insourcing, they were supposed to go even further and remove Minister Baden's demand. Because at a press briefing, they asked him and they said, when you are decreasing it to, I think it was 6%, what are you going to do if the students do not allow it? And then he said, we are going to create a movement that says students must fall. That's a minister in the cabinet. So for me, the fees must fall movement's inability to remove people like that, people who think that their political power is an end game. They've arrived, they've reached it. Instead of using it as a vehicle to drive other changes for their own generation, become a problem. So I think today I'd be very satisfied if he wasn't the Minister of Higher Education, but I mean,
Sure, SG.
Thank you for Matishi. So I'll keep this very succinct. I think where they failed us is when they did not want to adapt to change. We speak about transformation all the time, but we never speak about the hardness or the difficulty that comes with change and this transformation that we seek. Like I'm saying that our type of leadership changed, whereby at that time, for their voices to be heard was for them to stand there and burn tires and to rally and to protest. But then with our generation, like cheesy generation, I don't know, I think that's what they see us as, that we are not capable, or they're underestimating us, that we can be able to fight for something merely because we are not using the same methods that they used. But then even though we are not using the same methods, we are still able to get our voices out there. And I don't think they see us because we have grown to the stereotype of what fighting is and what wanting change is. Why do we always have to associate such things with protest? And that's where the problem leads. I can definitely say that during my council this year as SRC, we've never had a protest at all, but then we've managed to be able to call the management to sit down and we are able to give our demands. But the other generation or the former generation will not see that because their way of wanting change and their way of speaking was through a different method. So we need to be able to adapt to change, and I think that's what the other generation is failing to do, to hold us by the hand and still guide us and walk with us. After the fees must fall, other people just disappeared. And what do you expect for the next generation to do? Because it's supposed to be a thing of, I raise you, you're an offspring, so I'm going to raise you from where I left off, and then you take it and see what is best. But then they left us. I won't lie, there are certain activists at Rhodes where you would think that even though you left Rhodes, you'd be an alumni to come back and see what is happening, some progress, call some sort of, a meeting, a gathering, just to see where you can have an input. But it's merely because of the fact that I got out of that situation. It was beneficial for me during the hashtag fees must fall, because I benefited and I'm done now because it doesn't affect me, therefore I step away. And they're not what? They're not encouraging us because there's still a lot of people left in the system. That's what they did.
Yeah, so the last two speakers, where do you think these guys failed?
Okay, so first, Pedro, I don't want to say failed. I don't want to say failed because I don't believe they failed, but I just think when we are all at a hype of something at that time, some things we do not reflect and think about. So I wouldn't say they failed per se, but there was a gap that they left. Yeah, so I think that they left a gap of having an ability to influence or
all youth in the process of development. Because remember, we're here, this is a youth development convention, where I understand that there's a development that must happen for the youth and students within the university. So I just think that one thing that they didn't have the ability to do as a whole is to bring all of them getting into race. Lufefe raises critical things, and Ms. Yologa's right, on what they envisioned beyond just the fees. They had other things that they had envisioned that they were fighting for. But because of them not being able to influence all students in understanding this, they missed the point. And so other students could not join it because I can pay my fees and whatnot. But then do you understand that there are things that go beyond for university students? So I just think that if they were able to make sure that all students are part of the development after the fees must fall, understand that there's a greater development that must happen. Because I want to draw and not forget the reason we're here. Topic youth agency for positive integrated youth development. So I always want to draw back that as a struggle, fees must fall, must take us back to youth development, and youth development needs all youth. Thank you.
Thank you. No, thank you, Doc. I'm sitting here, I'm thinking, how do you critique a generation that was so coordinated to a point that there are those that stand on the gate and there are those that go to meetings and negotiate? That's the level of coordination of that generation. They were able to distribute tasks amongst them as a generation and not have a problem with it. So one would be at the gate and not have a problem with being in the gate. And Dr. Mzileni will be in the boardroom with the dean of students. And those at the gate are not saying, we are Tengisa because it's in the boardroom. That's the level of coordination in the generation. This is the generation that challenged the colonial university at the face of it. There's a generation that said roads must fall. Challenged the continuation of the fossilization of the colonizer unabated. It problematized that fact. And students said, even these statues are oppressive, by the way. You must remove this thing. It is that generation. I'm trying to think. Perhaps what we must challenge ourselves as this generation is the reversal of the gains of that generation. I think we have to take it a step further. That currently, if we cut across and look at institutions of higher learning, the gains of the fees must fall generation, one way or the other, are slowly being reversed. So, hence when I talk, I struggle. But still I would raise it again as I raised it initially, that it is not a generation above reproach or beyond reproach. I think it should have done better, echoing what Vuva's just said and what Lufefe had said, to beyond that time and generational mission, to coordinate itself for the issues of society. Because had it took a step further to there, I think even this question of unemployment, because it was an intellectual generation, would have been answered some way or the other. Thank you, Doc.
All right, now let's move over to the floor. There you have it, dear colleagues. The remarks have been made, and the different generations of the free education movement have now been challenged. That yes, you achieved A, B, and C, and D, but you were not perfect. These are the areas and gaps that you might have missed. And of course, there are also emerging issues now coming out of the system. The COVID-19 pandemic has now given universities a window of trying to give education without teachers, basically. That now it's possible to teach you for 3 years without a teacher in front of you. You know, issues of the
again, the organic crisis, the political economy that has now come to exist, and even the growing mechanisms that these universities continue to create in order to suppress student activism. So universities now are becoming stronger and stronger in crushing student activism altogether. I hear that usofuna ngengane no right to abasekho ngoku apparently the institution has squashed those things, so you no longer interact with metrics directly. They've now put employees to do that revolutionary work of access and success. So yeah, let's have that discussion, colleagues. Two generations facing the same evil of coloniality. What are the lessons? What are the gains? What should be done going forward? Is this all that is being mentioned true? What is missing? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's stop with you at 7. We'll treat that as round 1. We will come back with the others that have the appetite. Please remember your number. Once number 1 is done, call the mic so that when we move to the next person, you already have it on your hands. Number 1?
Di Masiar Watwati. Okay, I am Bonani Sagori. Right. I have a question based on what the panelist there, Mr. Msimang, just said. So I sit here with a quote by Amit Kalantri. It says, negotiation, but also I think it then goes back to Omprusa. Negotiation is permissible for mediocrity, not for excellence. We sit at a point where we are post fees must fall. We are now negotiating in boardrooms. We don't have trust in each other. So much that when others are in the boardrooms, we think, they're going to sell us out. So my thing is, do you then not think that what we are faced with now, what we're doing where we are negotiating and not going and strike, is it not fostering an issue of mediocrity in the sense that now we have a position where once we solve one issue, we fold hands and then wait for other issues to rise? Because what we learned from the Fees Must Fall movement is that they saw change in one thing and then they realized that, no man, actually all these issues that we might or we are having at the moment can be solved. It's just a matter of showing management that we have problems with what's happening. Because sometimes when we are too happy about a solution, we don't really solve problems. I don't think that just solving one issue solves every problem. We might be facing the N+1 rule now, and then next year something else. So now, don't you think that going back to campus next year at NMU, I know other institutions are back already, going back to campus, don't you think that we will have to go back into traditional ways of solving problems? Because I feel like the language that management understands better is strikes. I don't know what you guys do in boardrooms. Maybe you can invite me, but I don't know. Oh, wait. The reason why I'm saying that, is because at a point I was a student leader somewhere, and then I was taken out because I was problematic in the sense that I used to question a lot of things, and I was fighting the system that was there at the time. And when I tried to fight it, what happened to me was that I was removed. It was early this year. I was removed, and then when I tried to question the issue further, took it up to management, it was not answered. I'm still with emails that I hear in my phone that have not been answered. And I feel like the issue that we have now is an issue of problems of fearing that once you question the system, you're going to be removed. So now I feel like that's what's happening. We're now having a situation where we're negotiating so much because why? We don't want to be removed. So don't you think that we might have problems furthermore, because once you fight, you're going to be removed, like me?
Thank you so much. My name is Banoyolo. I was a bit skeptical at first to ask my question because ibufana nikaputi, but I feel like I funny. So usually when there's transformation or when there's a shift of things, there are usually problems arise from that. So my question is, are there problems that you feel like you're dealing with and zikhule from the movement of Fees Must Fall. Thank you.
Sure. Trey?
Hi, good day. Just a comment to the panel. The current, if you look at NMU, right, the current SRC, the way they're doing things, funny enough, is exactly the way that the people that they are downgrading were doing things. Ababe Fees Must Fall, but by no, because if you look at the strikes, there's been a couple of strikes this year at NMU, and there'll be 50 people. Is a university going to listen to a strike of 50 people? Huh? EFF, SASCO, I'm not saying just all of your strikes, I've noticed. But then you talk about, changing the way you must do things, but you're still doing the things the exact same way that the predecessors were doing them, that you are blaming, And then a question is for the panel is, how do we get everyone involved, right, past and present? The people who fought for us to enjoy the fruits of this free education, how do we get them involved? Other who are left on the boat, who didn't so-called get that soft landing, how do we also getting them involved? Ababa graduated, they graduated, they can't get jobs. Tomorrow, that's us in the same boat. Are we realizing that? South Africa's got one of the highest unemployment rates in the world. Even more so, youth graduated unemployment, And then, proposed solution. I don't like to just come with problems. I don't know how the SRC chooses people to be leadership, but what I've noticed is that the leadership is always the same breed of person. The one who can talk the most, the one who's got that nice English, who can, articulate their English very well, universities in South Africa have got brilliant students. I'm going to talk about NMU. I'm at NMU. There are brilliant students out there, critical thinkers, but maybe they cannot talk like you guys can talk who are there. How do we get a different type of people and put certain people in key positions, not necessarily the ones who can talk like you guys can talk very well, very nicely and articulate, from different spheres, from psychology, from business, from the LGBT community, from art students, from design, a vast variety, of different minds and thinking out the box going forward. Thank you.
Sure. Number 4, Nangu? Yeah. No, 4, 5. Okay, thank you. My name is Wangaletu Simaile from the Black Lawyers Association Student Chapter. I want to speak on the question of decolonization and transformation of the curriculum, which was one of the key things that the Fees Must Fall generation raised. It's still a debate. Msimanga spoke about how the gains of Fees Must Fall are being reversed. I'll make an example. In the Faculty of Law, there's a white professor, an Afrikaner, who used to teach customary law to all students. As a result of Fees Must Fall, she was removed. And then someone else, a black professor, was put there. Currently speaking, that same white Afrikaner professor teaches that module. So it's true. The gains of Fees Must Fall are being reversed. Even now, the question of insourcing is also a debate, but that's another one. So how, as students now, how can we take part in the discussion of the transformation of the curriculum if we, as students, do not form part of the committees, the councils that decide what forms the curriculum? Because it's currently we are consuming white content. The things that are being taught in the classroom are produced by white people. So how can we then contribute to that? Because I think for the content to change, black people must also produce content. So what is your comment on that? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Matemo Shiwambo from Rhodes. So I just want to consolidate and echo some of the things that most of the panelists have said. I think, first of all, we should not be scared to put it out there that there were shortcomings of the Fees Must Fall movement. I would like to reject the notion that the Fees Must Fall movement was well coordinated. All we can say is that to a certain extent it was coordinated. There are people that sold out in the boardrooms that one of the panelists was talking about. There are people that were on the forefront of the Fees Must Fall movement for their own selfish reasons. Hence today we still have a lot of Fees Must Fall activists behind bars. Some are out there, members of parliament, enjoying their best life, but some are still behind bars. But how do we move forward as the youth? With the Dean of Students, you would know that the universities have what we call an institutional development plan. Such a document is important to the students. The students should be given an opportunity to make comments on that document. For an example, at Rhodes this year, it was the year to review all the policies of the schools, of the university. Students, including in student parliament, all the policies of the school set for deliberation and engagement, and we made comments and recommendations. So same applies to other universities. I believe that such a document should be given to the student for comments and recommendation, because at the end of the day, the people that are leading us in institution of higher learning, it's people that cannot even relate to the needs of our generation. These people are making policies behind their offices. They want to protect their jobs and their stomachs and all that. At the end of the day, we had university policies that don't reflect the interest and the needs of students. So please, the Dean of Students and other representatives from other universities do demand such a document, demand to participate in such a process. The other things that I want to mention are just comments. It's very important that as universities do create alternative platforms for engagement, because the same strategies that the generation of Fees Must Fall use, such as protesting, burning of tires and vandalizing buildings, it doesn't work and it's not sustainable. We need forums such as Student Parliament. Rhodes has one. I believe other universities also have one. Such platforms are very important to deliberate on all the important issues of the university that concerns the student. A student parliament is a platform where the SRC is going to be held accountable. Substructures will sit in such a forum where the SRC and the president of the SRC will answer. Ms. Nangakuru will know what we do at Rhodes, even including herself. We do hold her accountable. So such platforms, such alternative platforms are needed for all the universities, because this whole issue of burning tires and vandalizing property that tomorrow that we're going to need is not going to work. And moving forward, Ms. Nangakuru spoke about the issue of the missing middle. So in my mind, I thought about there is a need to redesign the funding model of higher education, because if there's a segment of black people that are still left behind, indeed it can't be free education for all. So it means we should find ways to redesign and come up with an education model that is going to accommodate everyone. And also, we cannot move forward without having influence on the policies that are made by the university or the country at large. And it starts from here. We should be a generation that is able to influence changes. We should be able to. We should be a generation that is able to influence some of the changes that are implemented to govern us. Because, for an example, during the apartheid struggle, organizations such as the ANC, SACP, they partnered just because they wanted to transform and change some of the policies that were implemented by the apartheid government. So that should be one of our generational missions, being able to make changes and transform the current policies that don't work for us. Thank you.
Sure. I think there's 2 hands left, ne? 1, 2, okay.
Hi. Okay, so I think I'm going to chat a little bit on the reason of the fees must fall, autonomy, and education of itself, right? So when you talk about like the need for change when the fees must fall, you must understand like there's a definite parallel to our history during 1994. When like the MK was needed, it was because people were not listening to like the sit-ins, they weren't listening to like peaceful protests, right? So it's like a definite need for like a fees must fall in a very violent outcome, right? But I feel like we also are very used to seeing violence, right, as a country. And I feel like that's the only positive way or only thing to really look at, right? And I don't think that's a way which we should look at moving forward. I think a very positive way moving forward is something like having boardrooms, actually having minutes in our SOC website. Like I tried going onto the SOC website right now and I can't find the minutes of this year. And I think that's problematic. I want to interact and I want to understand why are we going a particular way, right? And I feel like that's problematic if I'm a normal student and I can't interact within that SOC and what they're thinking, right? And their way forward. So in terms of like the progression, I feel like the term of like how we should exercise our autonomy is twofold within as students, right? If I don't want to vote for someone who has a particular twang, right? But apparently that's an issue. If I hear someone with a particular twang, and I think that person is more educated, I feel like that's my own bias, and I got my own burden to actually remove that within my mind, right? So it's not the fault of SRC members, it's a fault within ourselves, right? And I feel like that's something we should fix. But then moreover, we need to within ourselves in the university, we need to self-actualize, right? And that's the aim of students within the university. Now, when we talk about like how to best self-actualize, we need to talk about like identity liberation. How does that best happen? It does not happen when I look at a statue and I think, wow, you know what, this, I feel that this is oppressing me. I feel oppressed when or let's say, for example, a woman is walking down the street and she feels threatened, right? Now, that woman feels oppressed in that particular way, right? And she can't be able to self-actualize. So we must understand that oppression does not necessarily need to come from statues or namesake, but it comes from other different forms that we need to talk about, like safety within campus, safety within reses. How are you targeting that? And maybe Rose can tell us like how they're targeting that, because maybe NMU really needs to work on that actor, because that's something we need to work on within our own campus. But when we talk about like education, I feel like we also got to understand that when we concede that we're going to be employing or having more people within the university, there's going to be less funding going towards like more educational things, right? So we don't really have like the dictation on how certain things happen in university, but what we really want, and I think the SRC in 2015, sorry, I think it was 2015, the Fees Must Fall movement, they're willing to concede of the quality of education for the quantity of education. And they're willing to do that because of historical reasons. So I could buy into the idea that there might be like more unemployment, but we should also put the burden within ourselves, because there are institutions and there are things within NMU, like the graduate, I don't know the exact wording of it, but there is something that you can go to and they can ask, like, can you put me in a job? I think graduate placement, yes. And there's even like in the council, in Mbizweni, you can ask for help. So I think, again, that's a burden on us as students, but also perhaps maybe in the first year, or maybe there should be more advertisement of those things that are available for us. Because there are stuff that are available, but we don't know about it. Like, I only learned about it this year. So I feel like that's something that the SOC needs to work on, an advertisement for us students. Okay, thanks.
Last one.
All right, thank you, Doc. I thank the opportunity that I'm being given. Honestly speaking, all the speakers really touched.
Sorry, can the speaker stand up? They are unable to see you on YouTube.
All right. Oh, by the way, my name is Mfanisen Kogola. As I said, that like honestly speaking, all the speakers really covered many of the points that, or the questions that I had. Because my first question before the panel seated there, I had the question that, how about as youth we create policies that favors us? Because the policy of the institution of like the Nelson Mandela University or the other institutions, the policies really don't favor the most privileged, like students. So like personally, myself, I really struggled last year with mental health issues. So what I saw, I was in a position of finding myself like in a position of signing scary forms that I didn't even expect that I will see, because I didn't even had some background information what is really happening in the university without you are there to study, then you are done, then you are out. So I think, but also what I can also add is that we really need to be proactive, like to solve the problem that will affect, like to solve the problem before it occurs. Yeah, thank you.
All right. Thank you so much to the floor. We'll now come back to the panel, but I don't know, there's this strong view coming from Rhodes that there's no point to protest anymore. Let's go to boardrooms and write minutes and all that stuff. So it's as if now those who are protesting, they don't think. And the intellectuals are the ones who are in the boardroom. I need someone to make sense of that, because I thought a protest is a product of ideas itself. So many debates and considerations are made before taking a decision to go on a protest. I don't think it just comes out of the blue, out of nowhere from people who don't think. Protest is actually a product of ideas, of theorizing, of debating. And then you decide that, no, the best method to achieve this is protest. In fact, we are here because of protest. In fact, racism and capitalism are so violent. So how do you sit and write minutes when you are faced with violence? You know? Is that what Rhodes is saying? Just clarify that for us. I also want the panel to have a bite on these questions, because I can see the floor is very agitated by this issue.
No, we are not saying that it should all be about boardroom, right? We are saying that for us to get to a point where we are protesting, whether it's peaceful or it's violent, right, that should not be the first solution. That's what I'm saying. You know, it's like even when you work with unions, right? You're first going to bring the problem forth. Like you said it yourself, that was self-explanatory. That was a good answer, that you first sit down, you will negotiate, like we've been saying. We push negotiation a lot. That is actually something that South Africa pushes for. We are very big on negotiation. So I think like we said, universities are a microcosm of what's happening in the big world. So we are sort of kind of reflecting how we deal with certain issues in South Africa. When we get to a point where those negotiations are no longer working or are not beneficial to us, or we're not being heard, that's where we make a decision or a stance that, you know what, the best way to go about it would be a protest. Usually they don't get violent, they get peaceful. Last year, January, was when Rhodes had, like, not necessarily violent, but we did have a protest, right? To show that we didn't necessarily let go. I don't want to say traditional methods. I don't want to really label protest as traditional methods, as if we're we're putting a stamp that we have to have protest as part of our tradition. But we did have a protest last year whereby a lot of students were not registered because of the whole issue of initial fee and things like that. And as the as the SRC and the student body, we stood together in solidarity, like what we're speaking about, this whole idea of solidarity. And we made the decision that because we called management and they didn't want to listen. And we're like, okay, so clearly you don't want to listen, you don't want to negotiate. The best way that you'll hear us is if we're able to stand in front of your main building and we protest. We don't mind bringing the media. We want everybody to see, because you didn't choose the best way solution for both parties. Negotiations are always meant to be beneficial for both parties, but it becomes a parasitic relationship when the other party does not want to respond back.
All right. Thank you. Let's go to Mbanza. Your SRC is being accused of not uploading minutes. You organize protests of 50 people. It's not me. It's the audience. So how different is the struggle that you comrades are waging to transform and decolonize this university in qualitative terms, just to debunk maybe what came from the floors and accusation to your SRC?
Firstly, I'd just like to say that our SRC is very accountable to its students. And yeah, we're very accountable. And I think that, the lack of representation or the lack of participation of students in fighting against the system that we are currently under, I don't think that's something that should be put solely on the SRC. First of all, at Nelson Mandela University, I'm going to speak for, because this is the only university I've been in. At Nelson Mandela University, we have students who fight for different things, and not students who fight holistically. What do I mean by that? When at the beginning of the year, like Minister Nzimande describes it as a soap opera. At the beginning of the year, we all take to the streets to demand a free registration. We want to be allowed into residences and all of those things. At the beginning of the year, the people who are in the forefront are students who are affected by N+ rule. Students who are then currently funded for that year and have not been affected by the N+ rule do not think that it is their fight to fight. So then we cannot put ourselves in a position where we blame the SRC that has identified a problem and has gone to the streets to fight against it. And you also mentioned that there's the same breed of leaders in each and every term. The only SRC presidents that I've known of, that I've seen, is Bamanye Matiwane and Ponto Hlongwane. And the reason why there might be similarities there outside of their political affiliation, it is that they realize that even though there might not be students at the university who are affected by something that is being fought for, but they owed it to them and to their people to go to the streets to fight for it. So if we are going to be in a position whereby we are going to differentiate ourselves in the struggle, then you are going to be in a position where you feel like the people that are in the SRC speak good English, they can speak very well, they are the same breed. Because I think I even mentioned this last week, and I said the university has succeeded very much in instilling fear into students. Because the first thing I think of when we're going to strike is how many people are going to be arrested. The NMU4 that were arrested in 2019, I think, are still going to court even today. So now, how is that the SRC's fault that people now do not want to kind of engage in activism because they're scared of what might happen to them? You know? So this is why I'm saying I don't think it's solely based on us. And also, we are going to elections, I think, in a day or two. And I think we all need to make the right decision, and obviously, you know. But I was going to say, at Nelson Mandela, we're so detached from our politics. It's very sad. Dean last week said to me, SG, we can't teach people activism. We can't say to people, hey, you must be active, you must fight for something. People need to feel it. You know, so I really think that it's important that we see ourselves that way. Also, I think she asked a question about transformation bringing problems, and what are the problems that came from Fees Must Fall. The reason why I said that the removal of Blade Nzimande would have been great is because we are faced with a problem now that we are in institutions that cannot respond to who we are. The free education for poor and working class says that if your household has less than 350 per year, then you can be funded. We are black people. We are raised by single mothers. and some of us are not the only people in the house. There are a lot of people. And we understand that even if my mother is a nurse, she still cannot afford to put me through university and put my little sister in high school. So the problem here is that the institutions of higher learning are failing to adapt to the kind of students that they have. You know, the disadvantages that I come with from my community are not going to change just because I'm at NMU. I'm still going to come with them. And also, as Uwanga spoke about decolonization, the guy who wrote Decolonizing the Mind speaks about how we need to see ourselves in learning and in teaching. You know, we need to see ourselves in each and every space. I always make an example like this. If I am a black girl from Wanongoma, how am I going to interpret anxiety in university? Because what as Zulwini, intellectual anxiety, I couldn't. In mental health nje akwaziwe uma uqala uba nalezo zinto lezo your parents either say amadlozi or adolescent, you know. So we need to come into spaces where we can interpret ourselves and we can see ourselves in our lecturers, in our management, and not just have it written on paper, because that's also another thing that institutions are very good at now. You know, the preambles are very perfect, but when it comes to practicality, it's a different problem.
Thank you, SG. Lwandile, apparently in your faculty, customary law is being taught by a white man. A white man is teaching you comrades. So, what's going on exactly in your faculty, and how far are you comrades with the curriculum transformation, or have you sold out this struggle as lawyers?
Thank you, Doc. Surprise to me that the person who is asking the question is the former chairperson of the BLA. so this change happened in his term. but I forgive him. He's a good friend of mine. We must be honest when we deal with this issue of transformation of the curricula. It's a lady. It's her research interest. I must note that. For years, she has produced scholarly in that discipline. But it does not make it correct because of the attachment customary law has to us as black people. But we must first, before I go to that of the Faculty of Law, sticking to what Jola was saying as well on the issue of curriculum transformation, I have a problem with the compartmentalization of disciplines and what is taught in each discipline. You have, sorry if I butcher her name, my surname was butchered on the program, so forgive me. Matimbo, okay, thank you. Matimbo made several comments during our forebears when they were sitting here about limiting issues of critical race theory, issues of gender, sex discourse to sociology. Perhaps it's the reason why we have such backward lawyers. Perhaps it's the reason why we should have such backward doctors, pharmacists, engineers, to go on and so on. Because we've limited the critical thinking component of the curriculum to sociology and humanities. How far is a law student, Jola, with the question of being black? How far is a medicine student with the question of being black? hence we'll have a problem. We will have people who don't see a problem when there's a statue of Cecil John Rhodes every day. Hence we'll have a problem with people who don't see that there is a problem in UCT when there's a res named after Jan Smuts. Not appreciating the impact of colonialism. You know, a picture is a serious message. A picture, what you see every day, a very serious message. Not appreciating the impact of colonialism that is portrayed and made to be normal each and every day as I walk on campus. There is a statue of Cecil John Rhodes. There is a res named after Jan Smuts. We must go interrogate the views of those people about us black people. But yeah, let us draw this to a close. We are a generation, Doc, that is not interested in critical consciousness. And we must appreciate that. You even hear our views when it comes to strikes. Any revolution has been disruptive in nature. And strikes are a form of show. You see, the Dean for sure is very happy if we as students have these views around issues of strikes. He's happy. He's like, there's not going to be a strike again here. They're not going to. Because the student leaders, Shongwe, don't wake up and say, let's go to the gates tomorrow. They first engage management on issues. I imagine myself leaving my room, going to 18th floor and say to the VC, next year, everyone registers for free. Next year, VC. Akira, I'm saying, let us engage on it, let us sit at the boardroom, let us critically discuss it. That's not necessary agitation. You can come with a pamphlet of 400 pages to the VC. She reads overnight. She will still have a problem with a certain component of that 400 pages. Then how do we introduce this necessary agitation? We must, when the dean is coming to campus, close him outside the gates of the campus at some point. So we should not be that generation that speaks, okay, that does not appreciate the importance of strike being a tool of warfare. We must be careful of falling into that trap. I took a big tangent, Doc, because I'm running away from heating at home. The issue of customary law. In the faculty, it's unfortunate as it may, we do not have any other academic that is skilled in that area of law. But we must question the recruitment process of the university as far as the transformation agenda is concerned. There is a big room there, and we must be very intentional about it. Thank you.
So, thank you so much. Yeah, viewers, coming out to you, I saw you nodding your head on institutional policy issues that were raised by the last speaker on mental health and so on. So maybe that if you could just wrap up this round for us, knowing, of course, that the type of students that end up leading are actually products of the material conditions in the student body at that time. I don't think there's any president or leader of students who self-elect themselves. Your leaders are a reflection of the students and the conditions at that particular context, at that particular point in time. So yeah, on this question of the type of students we continue to produce or maybe attract, and then the necessary interventions on institutional policy to address emerging issues that the gentleman raised as a last question there at the back.
Okay, thank you. I first want to agree with Msimanga on the issue of still having protests, because I know for one, when there's disruption, everything stops. You might not see it, you might see 50 students standing there closing the gate, but them closing that gate, they are closing access to the offices, so everything is at a standstill. So I still think it's necessary for them to actually close down and have strikes, because the disruption is not at face value. So I think there's a question posed there that I'd like to answer on problems post fees must fall. The big, you see, I've grown to notice that social media space became powerful during pandemic. We were interacting in those spaces highly. Everyone wanted to know. It was sort of indawo yethu zathini yobalekela. And with that being introduced, the hype of, post fees must fall, there was heightened cancel culture. There was heightened cancel culture that came post fees must fall. On whatever you say, whatever you think, that is not progressive. You're just wanting to learn. Immediately you are immensely cancelled within the social media space. Continuously as we continue and we find other people not wanting to be part of change or not wanting to help us in youth development is part and parcel of that cancel culture. If here, I'm here to learn, genuinely I'm a first year student, it has happened, where I don't know certain weddings, where Ndisuga Ekaya, which is probably highly cultural, where in my home it's okay to say Baba to anyone here and have, do you understand? The moment I show that, how I understand culture, how I understand things differently from the viewed intellects of the university, I'm cancelled. I'm cancelled on social media spaces trying to involve myself in youth development. So I think post fees must fall, sellouts were cancelled. Whatever, or what was deemed to be sellouts was cancelled. Everything was cancelled and had a level of minimizing people joining spaces and minimizing people being active. Then, on the question of policy, it's really not an easy thing to tackle when you do not have support from students. This is a generational mission and not a student activist or activist mission. I'm going to repeat myself. When there was the COVID times and students did not understand many policies, like my brother was saying, was signing scary things. For the longest of time, as the youth, we gave activists the responsibility to understand for us. We gave them the frustrations to understand everything. When now we are figuring in a disciplinary room, there's vuvu, going to fight for you, don't understand whatever is being said there, you leave. We have sessions to make you understand the importance of understanding policy and being able, when we're saying we have student parliaments, we have this, come, learn. The university has introduced even a reading group through Krishet again. Those small groupings teach students how to read and how to understand. If that burden then is only left to activists in understanding, we will time and time again only see students victimized largely and they don't understand why. It comes back to saying that, and then it goes back to saying, Askatelelwanga. No one cares about us. There's no change, nothing, while the burden is only to a few, which causes mental health problems for activists. And some of them decide, I don't want to be in this space anymore. Some of them decide, if I'm going to fight alone, for people later on who are going to come and say, but you guys speak nice English and whatnot, and just think that it ends there. For us, it doesn't. It takes time. Dr. Pedro, it takes time. And then lastly, how do we get everyone involved? This is a youth development convention, Dean. And at some point, I thought Dr. Pedro would get us to development, and even the previous speakers, to the part of development, because we haven't touched on it where we want to be. We've seen stats of unemployment alone in the metro for the benefit of Nelson Mandela students. I think the last one was at 34%, the unemployment rate for the metro alone. We took to the streets, I think 2019, that the CBD infrastructure for economic growth must be transformed. Those buildings ezihlele phana nje ekwenzoka high crime rates. The municipality must, and that thing came with students, that we need res nazi buildings zihleli nje apha. For that project to happen and ensure that there's development, we are not only then going to focus on people who know politics. Do you understand? Or about that are only active. All of us, it's a project that will benefit the youth of the metro. As years there might be jobs created, those buildings might have abandoned power, whatever, new things created, and infrastructure and an economy for the metro. And that needs all the youth. Now we cannot sideline people. It was a big successful march where not only Nelson Mandela University were part of it, TVET colleges were part of that for the development of the youth.
Yeah. No, thank you so much for those thought-provoking inputs. Another top-quality discussion once again. Dean, I hope you were listening. I hope this matter of customary law will be fixed in the Faculty of Law as soon as possible. It's really shocking that a university in the Eastern Cape, for that matter, has a white person teaching that course. Yet there is such a huge pool of black intellectuals in the legal landscape in the province who could cover that ground. I think we also have Advocate Tembeka Ngwaitobi as an honorary professor, isn't it? So there's a huge pool of people that could be pulled to address the teaching demographics of the law of faculty in Nelson Mandela University, a university in the Eastern Cape, in Africa. Can't be. Colleagues, let's go to the last round, and you can hear the temperature. It's around this thin line between strategy and tactics surrounding oh my goodness. I didn't see the time. Oh, okay. Colleagues, unfortunately, get to the hands I promised. Next time.
It's human-made.
Okay. All right. No, if the dean has spoken, then I'm safe. It's around this thin line about the strategy and tactics to implement in order to drive the struggle. Very contrasting and opposing views around this item of protest and negotiation. Can we honestly say these two things are separate, actually? Is it possible to engage in a protest without negotiation being part of that struggle? It's as if these things happen separately. I don't know. I might be saying things that people are not saying. Now, going forward with this generation now in pursuit of free education in our times, what now should be done to take that struggle to its logical conclusion? Because I don't think the purpose of being black in university is to always protest. I don't think we were born to protest. It's tiring. That is not why we are here on earth. Every year it's the same faces on television. You see, as blacks we're oppressed. No, I don't think we're born for that. Because there are people who come to university, study, and they graduate and they make a nice living without ever coming across a protest. So how do they do it? So strategy and tactics now going forward to drive this struggle towards its logical conclusion. What now should be done as a strategy and a tactic to achieve that generational mission? I'm going to note the last round of hands, and then we close off day one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now, we want to do get the same principle we applied in the previous session. No preamble, we know it's Heritage Month, it's Tourism Month, no need for that. Go straight to your question and also your comment. 1 minute each. If you go beyond or want to cut you, you know what you want to ask. Hit it straight so that we have enough time for the panel to respond to all these questions. Number 1.
Hi, yeah. So there's currently an issue, and I think my female friends on campus who live at res, that they do not feel protected, right? If I walk at night from Mbizweni to Reuben Crescent, there's a high probability I'll be mugged. And the issue is that the point at which the panel does not engage on the security and the safety on campus, right, is a point at which I feel like they failed. Especially when you talk about liberation and autonomy within campus. I feel like that's something the panel really needs to engage with, and especially the NMU SRC and the minutes that needs to be shown. Thanks.
Lovely. Strategy and tactics. Moving forward. Number 2.
Yes, my name is Mpopiti. My comment is that protests are a signal of failed negotiations. That is why we protest after negotiations have failed. My second comment is that we know the whole 2000. You guys, but I did the whole 2000. But then I want to let you know that I actually look up to your generation, because when it comes to disturbance within a system that we really need, you guys are very, very good at it. And in regard of a white person teaching customary law, we as black people, we are very apologetic. We are very apologetic because we want peace, and so we will always find an excuse in injustice just to keep the peace. So the moment we address that need to always need peace in front of injustice is the moment we can go forward. As long as there is the need for us to find peace even in injustice, we are still going to be addressing this situation 10 years from now on. Thank you.
Lovely. Number 3. The back.
I think the general consensus for today was that institutions perpetuate the struggles that we already face within society. So I think Usisfu was talking about how we as students need to understand policy, but I think that we actually need to attack policy. We need to interrogate policy. For example, there are disciplinary policies in institutions that are anti-black and that are anti-women. We cannot continue to understand those policies, but we need to make the university hold that to account. I feel like we can't have those type of policies in our institutions any longer. So I think the first port of call in terms of strategy is making sure those little structures that are in universities are completely dismantled, that they cater to the struggles that we as students face.
Lovely. Number 4.
Thank you. I'm Precious, and I really appreciate what the
people who went through the struggle did, because I'm here today doing my master's. And my question, since Vuvu was talking about the youth development, my question is, how are you planning to train or develop us to access the university? I am in humanities, and the people who are there and working with us, that is another generation, and they are above 40, and there's nothing done to me as a youth person to access it and to take over the baton. And even when we had the access, when the students were writing online because of the COVID in our humanities department, there was a struggle of marking, because I'm doing my master's in Xhosa, of marking their papers, because the system was marking them wrong, whereas they did everything right. We had to, by July, I was marking tons of papers with my lecturers, helping them out, and those part-times, 2 months helping out is not a valid training. How are you planning to develop us so that we can access that? I mean, we can't have 2 people in the department who are old and cannot teach me something to take over from them. Thank you.
Number 5.
No, thanks, Pedro. I work for a municipality in the Western Cape. The biggest union is Imatu. Then the one that I belong to is Sambu. This thing of negotiation and the strike, Imatu, they don't strike, because it's mostly white, colored, and that stuff. We in Sambu, we take to the street, So it's a question that prevails all the time in our daily lives, and I think when Pedro, if it talks to ideological grounding, there's a lot. You see, when you're not grounded on ideology, you tend to adventure. Because the school of thought is very important. How you see life, how you, like when I was invited by the dean in April to address the IMBAT, I opened that session by saying that I view myself as a socialist and a black consciousness adherent. So therefore, everything I say or do is from that perspective. I'm unapologetic about that. So I think perhaps this generation must go back to an ideological grounding, stand for something and pursue from there. Because if you go to management and negotiate, when you negotiate, it doesn't mean you always win. But history teaches us that to disturb something, as Mandela was saying, disturbing violently, if it needs be, because violence to us is a means to an end. We're not being violent for the sake of being violent. If we are trying to achieve something, so we need to be intentional that for us to get to a certain point, this is the way to go. But I think perhaps what I'm trying to say, Pedro, is that this generation, I'm sorry, we are from Rhodes. These institutions like Rhodes, UCT, they tend to be, I'm trying to be nice here, they tend to be liberal. They tend to be, they have a white outlook, institutionally. So they tend to produce that kind of thinking and that kind of school of thought that says, no. Start a meeting with the VC, raise the issues there, Whereas, historically black institutions like Oforte and others, we take to the street, chief. If it means we must ban, we must ban. But I think that you guys must be grounded on ideology, man. Yeah, well, and Rutin was saying the Marxism is very consistent, so come to us.
Number 7.
Okay, so I said to be corrected, but I believe that the SRC mostly focus on NSFAS people, on NSFAS issues just to gain votes. That's my view, because we have students who use bursary for bursaries. For example, I use a bursary, and can you believe from first semester I have to wait until the second semester until my bursary pays and the university gets the money just so I can get my allowance. So the whole of first semester I'll be waiting. Now you go to the SRC, you need help. Because we are a minority, we are gonna be missed. So you guys mostly focus on people who are, for example, if in Genile, even if it misses one day, there'll be a strike. But for us, bursary students, a whole semester, nothing is happening. We have advanced diploma students who still have funding issues. They're missed. That's why you find 50 people in that protest, because what happens to the other people? When they have issues, they won't even, there is no support. So that's my take on that.
Are we on the last one now?
I am.
Last two, okay.
Okay, so I just want to raise an issue that I think it is being overlooked, or is the reason why there are less students is active to student politics or that are willing to engage. I think it's a matter of see loser park first year. I feel like there should be something or events that are hosted to engage first years, because also at high school we have a different perspective about politics, and I don't think Sifika for money the education enough, and also the self-esteem is very low, especially if you feel like if you go from public schools and you feel like your English and all that, and when you look at people who are addressing students and you listen to English and you feel like, oh wow. So it's self-esteem and also I'm not understanding the importance of after class activities, because also high school it be important we be university, and then when you get here we don't have that understanding. After class activities are very important, so I feel like there should be indlela zo address first years on these issues so that they can be active also with grounds. I feel like it's just the lack of knowledge, and yeah.
Are we done?
No.
Oh, last one. Yes.
Thank you, Doc. My name is Anate. And my question, or probably, I was not going to ask this question because there's a comment that partly captured what I wanted to ask, but I had to quickly formalize another question so I could ask and then give a comment. Then my question would be, it's nice that we are here and we are speaking on youth development. But now the question that I would pose is that what is the strategy, or do we have a strategy or a student-centered approach, or an approach that is centered around the youth to ensure youth development? It can be centered around the student of the Nelson Mandela University, or it can be centered on the youth of the NMP. Do we have an approach, or do we have a strategy that is centered around these two youths? It's either the NMU students or the youth in the Nelson Mandela Bay. Do we have an approach that is directly and is deliberate in ensuring youth development in the Nelson Mandela Bay? That is the question that I wanted to ask. And to partly touch base on student activism in the high institutions of learning, there's one of the panel there spoke on the reversal gains of fees must fall. Now my question will be, I like what she's touching base on to say there are so many things within the institution itself that we need to go and we look into. When you speak of sports in the Nelson Mandela Institution, there is no sports, I'm sorry to say. So we need to look back for us to reinvent or reform student activism. We need to go back to the original ways of sports development. Let's go back to the basics. So now we can now speak of student activism and center it around strikes and blockages of roads. What are those residents doing in ensuring that there's critical student and intentional student activism in residences? In our residences, there's something called the Res League, but now it's only played by rugby. How do we ensure that we produce in all the sporting codes teams that are going to ensure that they represent the institution in the highest leagues? Let's go back to the basics. So even now comes to student activism, political organizations that are in the institutions, they need to go back. Let's now conscientize these students from as early as first year. Once we get it right there, we will have the results or the same effects that fees must fall came with.
And I have a problem. I was not here in the morning when the other speakers were speaking on fees must fall. But now I'm scared now that I'm hearing that fees must fall is centered around strikes. So now I'm a bit unsettled. I didn't hear what the speakers were saying. But we must ensure that we don't center fees must fall around protest, because it was not only that. Thank you.
Sure. No, thank you so much to the audience. Those are some of the disadvantages, my brother, of being absent, you know. You missed out on a crucial discussion that took place. But don't worry, tomorrow we have Dr. David Masondo, who will join us in the morning. I'm worried for him. If he thinks he's here for a holiday, a dynamite is actually waiting for him, because our audience is highly, highly critical on these issues. So whoever has his number, let him know that there's a nuclear waiting for him. He needs to come prepared to engage this audience tomorrow. So I hope that tomorrow you will be up and ready and fresh to come and join us for day 2 of this wonderful convention that we're having at Nelson Mandela University. So, oh, there's you guys. So, let's go to closing remarks. You've heard the engagement around the concepts that you have presented. Just maybe now your departing point now, as a generation now that has higher education in its hands, that has youth development in its hands. Going forward now, what are you going to put on the table as your mission and as your commitment to the struggle of our people? 2 minutes each. I'll start right there. Then is Uvovu Ivan.
No, thank you, Doc, and thanks for the questions. There is a speech by the patron of the Thabo Mbeki Foundation, the president himself, UTM, in 2012, when he discusses the tasks of the youths of the world. He relies on Frantz Fanon throughout his speech that each generation must, out of relative obscurity, discover its mission, either fulfill it or betray it. Then he points factors. I want to leave the audience with but these 3 factors. He says Fanon raises important questions or important issues that the youth of today must look into. He then gives an injunction to the youth. He says the new generation, essentially represented by our youth, must find its own unique and historic contribution to further development of our societies, distinct from the contribution of the earlier generations. The new generation must elaborate in its own program of action to ensure the realization of its historic contribution. And it must understand that if it fails to define its unique contribution to the development of society, as well as design the requisite program of action to realize this contribution, it will have betrayed the mission of its generation, and therefore condemned our societies to be stultified future of imprisonment, to the stultified future of imprisonment by the outdated views and prejudices of the older generation. So what this convention is calling us, Doc, as I draw to a close, it's calling us to sit as this post-FMF generation, sit and have what is called family meetings, critically engage on what is our way forward in relation to the many questions that plague South Africa. The education question, the land question, the gender question, the question of the economy. So we must critically engage on this so that we be, in the true sense of the word, in service to society. Thank you.
I think that our generational mission should focus on connecting our struggles. Student struggles are worker struggles. Immigrant struggles are working class struggles. Land struggles are women's struggles. And in doing this, we are going to dismantle this hierarchical value that academics and management hold over workers. Everyone who works in the institution is supposed to see themselves as an equal contributor to the success of the institution. When we speak of youth development, we were launching a pilot project just last week, a learner's license pilot project. We knocked on doors this entire year looking for funding to fund students to get learner's licenses and even licenses when they leave institutions of higher learning. Because we understand that it is very unfortunate that we leave our institutions with debts already because we don't have funding for our studies. So we sat down and we saw that we're not getting the funding, so we decided, no, we'll take our budget and we'll go for it. The first 100 students have been funded for the learner's license pilot project. 60% are female, 40% are male. This still speaks to the generational mission to advance the struggles of women in institutions of higher learning. So I think in everything that we do, we need to connect our struggles. We need to speak unto intersectionality, because if we are going to be individualistic about it, it's going to look as if we're doing nothing. So I think that it is important that we look at intersectionality and also connecting our struggles. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think basically what I gathered from what everybody, the sentiment is that we will continue to have problems. And I do not want to sit here and set a specific mission that is so focused on one point or one goal. I think that our mission as a generation is to have continuous decolonization, to have continuous black consciousness that we talk about, but to also have continual processes that will continue to promote the holistic being of each and every one. Because if I sit here and I tackle a mission that's going to focus on one point, it means that other problems that are to come will come back and sit and go back to square one again. I think as a generation, we should always be thinking way ahead, trying to come up with methods and approaches like what there's a speaker that said something about as a generation that we need to come with a deliberate approach as the youth. Do we actually have these programs that are enhancing youth development, of which I don't see many of it, and I think maybe that should be our mission, for us to be creating such things rather than to still be stuck and focusing on the same thing. I think our way forward right now is to find a common ground that we all want to promote. I think that's our way forward.
For me, our generational mission is to continue taking up space. Recently, there was an alumni association AGM. We took up space into what was not always known. It even exists here at Nelson Mandela University. But the cohort of people that were elected there are our generation that we know will bring change. So those are the first steps, taking up space within the university. Secondly, or lastly, moving to my conclusion, the university previously, I don't know, even especially in the humanities department, would make it a point that they have student interns, I think, or whatever, that assisted the lecturers. I don't know where how or whatever, something happened, but there would be those people, young students, just after their first undergrad or their honors, that would be actually employed for a certain period of time, and then they assist. So I'm worried if you're going to say that even tutors, mostly that department was full of young people. About Dr. Pedro are in there, so much of them. So probably because of COVID and the pandemic, that issue, whatever, yamoshakala. And then lastly, I don't want us to downplay the effects of the COVID pandemic into our everyday life and norms. The university space, when I got here the first year, did cater for first years a lot in residences, how to buddy. There were many programs, but unfortunately, because of the new reality and we were online, many missed out on that. And the university was trying, or all university was trying to tackle the thing of online learning and then also creating a platform. I remember even these things of discussion took place later on. The focus was on how do we continue with education while we're online. So I think we shouldn't downplay that, but now that we've moved from that, probably we'll see the change and we'll see first years being roped in. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much for being such a wonderful panel. I have some capitalist gifts that I am using to capture all of you. May these gifts stop you from being disruptive so that you continue to wage the struggle through the boardroom and writing minutes. I'm joking. Thank you so much to the panel. Let's give them a round of applause. Colleagues, that brings us to the close of day one of this wonderful youth convention. We had two amazing panel discussions, one in the morning and then the second one in the afternoon, that just took it to the next level. No doubt, Mr. Nzapai and Mr. Jack, that the environment you have created of student development and student affairs in the university remains one of the primary and premier examples that I think all institutions in the country should emulate if they want to produce top quality graduates that go out there to be impactful citizens in the country. NMMU continues to get that right when it comes to student development and student affairs. I don't know, Queenie, how you guys do it, but the products of your student affairs system are just amazing to watch. And the quality of the discussions that came through today is a reflection of that quality that I am referring to. The lessons are clear, colleagues, for all to see. All generations are interconnected. They are waging a similar struggle, and there's still a long way to go. You know, Dean, I always say that fighting coloniality is not a joke. It's a generational mission. It's going to take a long time. You see, if we want to decolonize this institution, let's bend down Nelson Mandela University and build a new people's university. And I said to him, hey, my brother, be very careful. When you bend down an institution, I'm telling you, 30 years from now, you will still be building that university. Building institutions takes generations, colleagues. It's not a joke. It's a very difficult process. They bent down Parliament last year. I can tell you now, it's going to take decades to rebuild that institution. So let us preserve and safeguard and defend our gains and wage them further by handing over the baton to the next generation, because these are difficult intergenerational struggles that require all of us. So in a nutshell, Dina could say, the message is that we must hide nothing from the masses of our people.
We must tell no lies. We must expose lies whenever they are told. We must mask no difficulties, mistakes, or failures. We must never claim easy victories. If I were to invoke Amilcar Cabral, that's the lesson of these intergenerational discussions we've had today, and the struggle definitely continues from this point. With those few words, colleagues, let me invite back to the podium the Dean of Students to close it off for us and pave the way for day 2 tomorrow. Over to you, Dean.
I use that one. Thanks, Pedro. I think you've captured the summary quite well. Thank you so much to all of you. Can you give yourselves a big round of applause? I won't do justice. I think we had such an intellectual festival. So there's just no ways that I will be able to do justice. So I will just make a high-level summary of what I think are the big issues that came out of today's session. And thanks to the panels, both of them, for their high level of preparation. And thanks to the audience as well for such thought-provoking, incisive questions and commentary. On Friday evening, we're at is it Peterson High School? Where is it? What is that? Shorterville. We took Imbadu to Shorterville, and we had, how many schools were there? We had 5 schools. So we had a session that started at about 4 and finished at about 7:30. And in the panel, we had a 15-year-old, Mikhailo. Bright, incisive, highly intelligent. We had 15-year-olds who were saying, now you are not that generation, of course, who were saying, we want to take over. I'm telling you, we started something, for those who don't know, we started something which we call Imbadu, you know. Again, as part of, I know that Mashallah were struggling to name properly these things. They will say, welcome to the Imbadu dialogue. And I say to them, but Imbadu is a dialogue, you know. So Imbadu is a Xhosa name which is about intergenerational conversation, which is basically about a dialogue. So having listened to that generation of students and as well as to this generation, I think we are assured that the future of this country is bright, provided that you do the things that you said you need to do. Provided that you do the things that you said you needed to do. I know that this thing is recorded, but I've got to say this, you know, Lenin says the correctness of theory is in practice. You can only be able to test whether what you theorized was correct when you had put it in practice, and thereafter then reflect on it, which Palofre calls that praxis. So some of the key issues that came out, I think one is that of the significance of trans-organization. You be organized around a common purpose as opposed to being organized around a banner or around a shelter. You be organized around identifying a common purpose and organize around it. And I think those are some of the success factors for the Fees Must Fall. And there were suggestions that that needs to be taken out of, needs to be extended to life beyond university. Because again, I mean, if we were organized in that fashion, for instance, that bill, that land expropriation bill would have been passed, in Parliament. That's number one. And number two is the point that Pedro made about the interconnectedness between the university and society. So we just cannot overemphasize that point. And that the university has got to respond to the diverse backgrounds of its diverse student population. This is what of course, we're still thinking about this. We're still doing some work on this. This is what I mean about being student-centric. Being student-centric means that we don't say our students must conform to our situation as the university. It must be the university that must conform or respond, to its students. So we mustn't present a university as this perfect animal that everybody must then fit into it. It ought to be the other way around if we are to indeed cultivate a university that is in service of society. Issues of holistic well-being of students. I think we're still going to our planning sessions. I think we've learned a lot from this session in terms of the things that we really need to do. Issues of mental health, we've got to tackle those quite frontally. As well as respond appropriately to issues of optimally utilizing the social media. I know that I've got different views, Pedro, about social media. I see it as part of what I call authoritarian populism. That's what I mean. It promotes what I call a post-truth world. That's what social media does for me. Post-truth world, authoritarian populism. You post something without even checking. Everybody then goes and support you or is against you, without any test. So I think we must rely on platforms like these, where there is a robust engagement for a proper discourse. I think social media has got massive limitations. I think overall we are paying tribute to the Must Fall generation with some critique, and we're saying the present generation has got massive lessons to learn from it. But at the core of that, in terms of the remaining task, I think the transformation of the curriculum is really primary. Africanization, decolonization of our universities. And I want to underscore the point that was made earlier on by someone, that I may be black, and I always say this with my students. I may be black. It's not inherent that I'm progressive. It's not. It can no longer I can even extend this, Pedro, to this thing about the customary law. You can have a black person teaching customary law but not believing in customary law. So we need to problematize this thing of being black and contextualize it and associate it with content. It must not be just because of color. We've got so many black people who are in power in many organizations, nationally and continentally, who are anti-progress, who are happy with the reproduction of the status quo. So I think we really need to problematize that. And I agree. I'm not going to comment much about this thing of the strike, but I agree with this thing that let's not create a false dichotomy between protest and engagement. There is no dichotomy, I think, between the two. There's just a continuity, if you like, between the two. You protest, engage, protest, engage. I think that's the old. During our time, we would even memorize how to write a memorandum of understanding. Of demands. We, the students, So yeah. I think tomorrow, Advocate Ngala, let's zoom into this question of youth development and what then becomes the agenda, as well as the questions that have been asked around the metro and so on. And again, if you've got a metro like this one, as I said, I'm not going to say everything. If you've got a Nelson Mandela metro that is incoherent, political, unstable, no clear agenda, what then do you do? As an institution of higher learning. I mean, we've had a myriad of engagements about what it is that needs to be done here in the metro to promote youth development. You have an engagement today with this leader, tomorrow he or she is no longer a leader, and then you engage the next day with this person. You see this thing about political instability. Colleagues, we had a very, very good engagement. I'm so proud of you. Thank you so much. Looking forward to an even much robust engagement. The Deputy Minister is coming. They have just confirmed, reaffirmed that he is coming tomorrow morning. So we would plead that all of you be here at 9 o'clock so that we start 9 o'clock sharp. He is the first person to speak. Otherwise, thank you so much. Thanks for your participation. I hope that you have also found this session very much useful. And I've noted all the feedback that we have received, and we always appreciate feedback, from all our stakeholders. And there are also other things that I didn't know, about even our own university. So thank you so much. Thank you. Thanks, Pedro, as well. So the session is adjourned. See you tomorrow morning.